Thank you for your patience. I'm Councillor Alejandra Bravo. I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee, and the chair has let me know that we have quorum, so we're calling meeting 25 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in the Council Chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Now let's take a deep inhale, and it's a chance to center us on the great work that we do in this committee by acknowledging the land that we're on, and this committee does so, recognizing that this is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and today is home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis people, and importantly, we acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We also, at this time, acknowledge as the City of Toronto that we are all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent and commit to undoing these harms. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Members, we are meeting in the Council Chamber. Please note that you will be able to control your microphone as you would in committee room, so that's always fun. For a change, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Anyone have a declaration of interest? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Councillor Moyse, would you move the meeting minutes from October 28th? Moved by Councillor Moyse. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And so I would like to, at this time, just start to go through the agenda, and I will be moving to move up one of the items because we have presentations from outside staff. But before we start this meeting, I rarely take the time to focus us on what's the content of this meeting, but I think it's really worth it today given the range and the breadth of the items that we're considering. We have everything from important questions of our local economy, the visitor economy, elements that have to do with neighborhood-based economies that we're trying to support and build out for local economic development that's more equitable, elements such as the place-based piece of Mount Dennis for all, and the debate that we've been having about how to support youth through the historic to now youth job loss or youth unemployment. And also on the shelter item, there's a really big substantive report that we'll be considering today. And it has a few elements. One is the response to the motions, the comprehensive motions that were moved at Council in March in response to the Ombudsman's report on the shelter crisis of 2023 with refugees. And it has some elements that are really a follow-up and an update on the work that the division has been doing with respect to a framework for how to make it clear how one gets into a shelter bed, which is a useful and important piece of work, in addition to some updates on what the refugee shelters serving sector that has been really core to the work of the Toronto Shelter Division. The vision and the implementation of a refugee serving shelter solution that's distinct from the base shelter system, in addition to some other elements regarding the situation that we find ourselves here in the City of Toronto with pressures on the shelter system. There are, of course, other things on this agenda, but I wanted to highlight those before we went through the review. And so let's start with that. EC 25.1, 4050 Chesswood Drive, designation of a portion of the property used by North York Harvest Food Bank, Toronto, as a municipal capital facility. There are speakers on that item, so it's held. EC 25.2, establishing a Toronto Community Crisis Service Training Center to strengthen Toronto's 4th emergency services. That's held for speakers. EC 25.3, emergency response on the TTC update. Would anyone like to hold that? Moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. EC 25.4, Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan. That's held for a presentation and for speakers. EC 25.5, progress update on the implementation of the Reconciliation Action Plan. That's held for speakers. EC 25.6, advancing reconciliation and equity via community funding. Are there any, would anyone like to ask questions or would like to hold that item? EC 25.6, advancing reconciliation and equity via community funding. Moved by Councillor Moyes. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 25.7, reducing barriers to youth employment. That's held for speakers. EC 25.9, shelter pressures and access initiatives updates. That's held for speakers. EC 25.10, Municipal Code Chapter 608 Parks update. That's held for speaker. And that takes us to EC 25.11, Bloor Annex Business Improvement Area Minor Boundary Expansion. Move adoption by Vice Chair Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 2512, creating more accessible and disability inclusive events. That's held for speakers. EC 25.13, expanding the Diversity Youth Fellowship Program. That's held for speakers. EC 25.14, Toronto Community Housing Tenant Engagement Systems and Implementation Plan. Are there any questions or does anyone want to hold this item? That's moved by Councillor Moyes. It's a motion to receive. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried and adopted. Before we go on to the first item, I just wanted to signal that we'll be, I will like the consent of the committee to move up EC 25.8, Toronto's Visitor Economy 2025 Market Performance and Forward Growth Opportunities. And we have Destination Toronto who will be making a presentation. And while that gets set up, I should have also said that two significant things on this agenda are the incredible work that's been done to advance our Indigenous Reconciliation Action Plan, and of course, the great news about the a center for the groundbreaking work at the City of Toronto Community Crisis Service. Are we ready to go with our presenters? No, they're not here? We need more time? Okay. Well, then we're going to start from the top. So on EC 25.1, 4050 Chesswood Drive, designation of a portion of the property used by North York Harvest Food Bank, Toronto, as a municipal capital facility. And the first speaker is Ryan Noble of North York Harvest Food Bank. Welcome to committee. Hi, Ryan. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo, and good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. First, let me begin by thanking City Council, particularly Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Cheng, along with this committee, city staff, for all the work that you have put into supporting our organization and the agencies and the clients that we serve. I cannot appropriately express how meaningful this is to all of us. But I want to take a few minutes to provide some additional context to the challenges that we are facing in light of the motion that we're discussing. North York Harvest Food Bank has deep roots in our community and a 40-year history as an organization providing emergency food assistance, as well as working on long-term solutions to food insecurity and poverty here in our city. But as we know, we are currently in the midst of a crisis of unaffordability and food insecurity that is worse than at any time over those past 4 decades. Almost 1 year ago, Toronto City Council declared an emergency acknowledging that fact. But sadly, the situation has only gotten worse, with 1 in 10 Torontonians having visited a food bank in the past year to meet their very basic needs. Over the past 5 years, the demand for our food bank services has more than doubled, yet our space in our facility has remained the same. It is with this in mind that we are envisioning our new community food hub at 48 Chesswood Drive. At 3 times the size of our current facility, this new site will allow us to dramatically increase our ability to source, store, and distribute food, particularly fresh and perishable products, across the entire city. But what makes this hub unique is that it will become a critical piece of community infrastructure supporting much more than our food bank network in North York. It will be the infrastructure that supports important food, logistics, and delivery programs that we have already established with the City of Toronto, Toronto Public Library, and school food programs. It will expand our Food Reach social enterprise, which is an award-winning program that helps lower the costs of food for hundreds of nonprofit and public institutions all across the GTA, while promoting local suppliers and local jobs. It will expand our workforce development program, creating well-paying jobs and true pathways out of poverty for our clients. But this comes at a significant one-time cost to us, on top of the already escalating fundraising needs that we have to run our operations. We will soon be at the point where we are ready to undertake construction on the new space at 4048 Chesswood, but may not have all the funds raised in time to commence the work. It is with this in mind that we would like to request support with a loan guarantee as described in the council motion and report. But let me be clear, I have no doubt that we will be able to raise the funds we need to complete this project. We are being prudent in exploring ways that allow us to proceed as quickly as possible with the lowest possible costs so that we minimize any possibility of delay, service interruption, or unnecessary interest charges. North York Harvest Food Bank and the City of Toronto have a long history of working together to advance food access here in our city. This new community food hub is the next and frankly most exciting step in this partnership. A loan guarantee would provide us a solution that does not cost the city any additional public dollars while responding effectively to the crisis that we face. So on behalf of our organization, the agencies and clients that we serve, I would be grateful if the city would consider this form of support in addition to the property tax exemption as outlined in the report. Once again, I want to thank you, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Mayor Chow, this committee, all of your respective staffs for your leadership in promoting real food security here in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Vice Chair Carroll. Oh, sorry. We have Councillor Nunziata would like to ask a question. She's visiting council. She goes first. Go ahead.
Just a couple questions to Ryan. So Ryan, you were previously on Industry Street, which was in my ward, correct?
That's right.
And there were issues there, and you had a lot of flooding at the food bank. And the mayor and I attended on a tour a year ago when you mentioned that you were looking for a new site.
Yes.
Right. And the site on Chesswood came up that you had an interest, right?
That's right.
And at that time, the mayor and I mentioned to you that there could be an opportunity that the city could help you through this whole process, because the facility that you were going to lease, you were just leasing half of the building, and that you wanted some support from the city as far as your portion of the rent, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so this report, and when we forward that on to city staff, the mayor and I, on this report addresses the issues that you did indicate to us at that time when we took the tour. So you're happy with this report, that it will assist you financially to move forward?
Yes, and you're absolutely right, Councillor. It was that meeting with yourself and the mayor, which was the start of this process, and so we're very grateful for your leadership and that of the mayor as well. In the report, there are 3 options that are outlined. There's one, the property tax exemption, which is, I believe, is recommended, and we are asking for support to also move forward with the second recommendation, which is a loan guarantee.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
And now to Vice Chair Carroll, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, pardon me. So I've prepared the list, the motion for a loan guarantee, but just to put it on the record. So in a way, this is bridging because you need to build before all the fundraising is in. Is it very clear to the board though that as funds do come in, the first priority is paying back the loan? Because there are significant pressures in terms of hunger citywide, but they understand that that making good on this loan and the loan guarantee is priority to be stable and secure in this location. Is that the case with the board?
Yes, absolutely. So what we would say is our intent and our goal remains to be to pay as we go,
Right.
And so that we raise the funds before we expend them. What we are faced with now is the time constraints to actually, we're at the point, or soon will be at the point, pending our building permits, where we are ready to move forward, and what we don't want to do is incur that delay or any excess interest charges to make that bridge as you're discussing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? I have a couple of questions. When you're located now as a Councilor Nunziata in a particular place, but can you describe how the logistical activities, the workforce development initiatives, the food security programs that go up far above and beyond giving people food, what areas of the city would it serve? Is it exclusively that neighborhood, or is it a broader area?
No, it's much broader, and I would say it's broader even than the City of Toronto. So we do the work that many might be familiar with as a traditional food bank, and the site that we are referring to today is our main office and distribution center, which is the similar facility that we have in York Southwest and in Councillor Nunziata's work. And so what we do at that facility is receive donations of food, and then we distribute them out to the community through a network of community agencies. And there's approximately 40 of them, mainly in the former in the North York borough. However, our organization and this infrastructure goes far beyond what people may consider as a traditional food bank. We operate a food reach social enterprise where we use that same infrastructure that we do to move food to our food bank agencies for procurement, distribution, and storage of food for as I said, about 200 different nonprofit organizations and public institutions, including the City of Toronto, that distributes food all across the city. So dozens of childcare centers, of library branches, and of schools as part of school food programs. Beyond that, we have nonprofit organizations that then purchase food for us that we distribute beyond the borders of the GTA. And we have customers from as far as Barrie, Durham region, or as far as Peel region, in the West. Then beyond that, as we've increased our work, we've used our operations as a training ground as part of our workforce development program we refer to as our leadership and logistics program. That's a partnership that we've built with Canadian Tire so that individuals who are coming to our food bank have the opportunity for a paid internship at this location at our main distribution center, and then are able to move on to full-time jobs at the Canadian Tire distribution centers as far as Bolton, Mississauga, and Brampton. So what we have built over the last decade is the infrastructure that supports food bank agencies, mainly, as I said, in North York, is now replicated and multiplied throughout the GTA and particularly all across the city. That in turn helps us to source food from Ontario suppliers. 70% of the food that we source is either grown or manufactured in Ontario, and create multiplier effects all across that chain.
And does that include making sure that there's no food waste so that you're taking advantage of opportunities to use, for example, with your relationship with farmers in the surrounding area of the city to be able to repurpose some of their production?
Yeah, we work with other organizations, specifically organizations like Second Harvest, who really specialize in sort of food reclamation, food rescue. I think, though, this particular site opens up a very exciting opportunity for us to work directly at the agricultural stage. So that we are reclaiming food or sourcing food, accessing food that may otherwise either go to waste or be plowed under or things like that. So we know that the bottleneck, if you will, in food distribution often is in the processing logistics step of the value chain, and that's what this infrastructure is meant to help us unlock with partners all across the country.
And my last question is, so you've named kind of the range of opportunities that this can generate. Are there any other jobs in logistics that you foresee being able to secure this center and start to operate this hub? Are there any other potential categories of training, other jobs that there might be some labor force challenges?
So we're exploring opportunities in kitchen operations, in food preparation, and things like that. That would have to be done with partners who specialize in those fields. Our specialty is obviously in warehousing, logistics, and distribution. But to extend from that, one of our dreams, if you will, would be to move into driving. And obviously we have fleets of vehicles on the road and drivers that need to operate those vehicles. And so how can that need in our process be used as a training ground, knowing that truck driving is a critical industry that experiences shortages, similar to what we've done for material handling and supply chain work with Canadian Tire. And I'll point out there, one thing we're particularly proud of in that program is, yes, we've moved into that because it's of benefit to the mission that we serve. But we really see that as a partnership with the private sector, helping them to fulfill their business needs and doing that in a way that creates multiple benefits.
Thank you so much. Any other questions of the deputant? No. There's one more speaker, Nicole Corrado. Is she online? Okay. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. So what I was trying to, I think it's wonderful that you have this food bank. One of the things I would suggest for the food bank is to have the food bank provide and focus on plant-based foods and focus on things like, vegan foods, fresh produce and other vegan.
I'm just going to stop you.
Options.
I'm just going to stop your time for a second. This part of the food bank operations isn't before us. Can you speak to the item that's before us? It has to do with the operation of this logistics center. Thank you. Please proceed.
What I was trying to say is, so what I would like is thank you for the food bank. I think that, I hope that there's, as a person on disability, I would benefit from a food bank. One of the things I would like there to be certainly a wide range of vegan options in the food bank. I would also want to see any wildlife management, so any pest control only use humane
Madam
options.
Speaker, could I raise a point of order, please?
Please.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt the deputant, but across multiple committees now, we've reached the point where I've even discussed in another committee that I'm a member of having to take the extreme measure of talking about, do you have to have an address in Ontario to make a deputation? I don't want to go to that extreme, but if that's going to be the case, I think we have to ask that the deputant review the item. This item is about locating and financing. It's a very financial item. We are not in a position to tell the North York Harvest Food Bank exactly what food to serve. That is not the relationship we have with them, and it's therefore not in order. And as a member, I'm going to raise a point of order every time today that the deputy is not speaking to the item, because we have to get this under control. That's my point of order. If it's not on the item, I'm going to interrupt.
Thank you,
All
Vice
right.
Chair. That's similar to what I was saying earlier, which is please speak, if you have no remarks on the content of the item, I think we're going to move on.
All I'll say is all I will say is I am in support of it, and that's, thank you for your support. I am in full support of it.
Thank you very much. All right, to speakers, Vice Chair Carol, I believe you have
I
a
do.
motion.
Did you want to speak to it? Oh.
Oh,
If I can just say a
of course.
few words, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor.
So, North York Harvest was on Industry Street in my ward, and unfortunately, the landlord of the building, actually, and Learning Enrichment Foundation is in the same building. But unfortunately, a couple of years ago when we had that flooding, they were completely flooded, and there was a lot of waste, and their electricity went out, and it was very devastating at that time when we had that flooding. And as I mentioned, the mayor and I took a tour there, and I know that North York Harvest, I've been speaking to them for a few years now. They were looking for a new site, and when they mentioned to us Chesswood, we recommended that maybe the city can assist, and so I'm pleased that this report is here, and that the committee support the recommendation that we have before us. And talking about food banks, this Sunday I'm having there's a food drive in my ward on another a food bank in my ward that they're trying to also collect the food and get financial support. But so I support this, and thank you to the North York Harvest. Even though they've moved out of my ward, they still service my constituents in Ward 5 in York Southwestern and North York. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Now to Vice Chair Carroll to speak.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair. I have a motion. I think has to be displayed. Thank you. It's a bit wordy, but essentially the motion before you is to go ahead and provide the loan guarantee. I know the members have reviewed the item, and I know that in our report, staff are not recommending a loan guarantee. They're recommending only the property tax exemption that goes with this charitable org. I'm making an extra step and suggesting that we do the loan guarantee, having asked the questions of Mr. Noble. The board is clear. This is about bridging. This is about being able to start on Chesswood, even though all the funds are not in. This is an organization that has a great record of getting sort of consistent benefactors and the fundraising going in, donations in kind, all the rest. You've heard how much they serve across programs of that are near and dear to us, including school food. In a way, this location, partnering with some of those organizations in an area where there's a lot of shipping involved in getting things to those schools, North York Harvest will be in a position to help. A whole bunch of beneficial reasons to do this. The reason it's not recommended is because in order to provide loan guarantees, we have very prescriptive criteria about this. In my view, almost a little too tight. Where there are places that we can do this and organizations that we know we can rely on to do it, a very short number of characteristics can take them out of the running to do a loan guarantee. And so this will require council authority to do so. I'm telling you that we spent a long time going back and forth on this one as to whether or not we want to stick our necks out as council to provide that authority. And I hope people will will see me as a person who's concerned about our entire financial situation as I look at things like this. With my budget hat on, I'm prepared to move the motion, prepared to support this, and I hope council can support it as well, because we all benefit if North York Harvest gets this, this project underway. Thanks, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, I would like to just make some comments to thank North York Harvest for coming today. Thank the Vice Chair and with her budget hat on for moving this motion, which solves some significant challenges, but not challenges that can't be overcome with support from a partner, a longtime partner, and the work that really advances so many of our objectives, so many of the commitments that we've made at the City of Toronto for making job pathways lead to employment, lead to decent work, making sure that we're attending to the food insecurity crisis that faces people in an affordability crunch, that every dollar that is raised through a social enterprise is invested and reinvested in social purpose. And the market is not always kind to many people, whether working or not, their kids, and access to the opportunity to get trained for a job that really exists, as opposed to going to an Employment Ontario office and having your resume updated every month for a job that isn't out there. This is a really wise use of public money. It advances our local economic development goals. It really is an illustration of what happens when we look to plan in a community with community development and community economic development goals in mind. So this is the social purpose organization that's actually, I think, going to enable the logistical capacity of many other organizations, and creating opportunities for a huge range of workforce and other benefits, all the way to being able to work with the agricultural sector and bring really to life field to table in partnership significantly with our school food program. I think that's a wonderful thing. The idea that the parents of the kids who are going to benefit the most from a program being able to have access to training and potentially a job through the implementation of that program is the kind of a virtuous circle that we need to develop the circular economy in a real way, in a sustainable way. So thank you for the motion, and certainly be supporting it with great enthusiasm. Are there any other speakers? Nope. All those in favor of the motion? That's adopted. Thank you. Sorry? Yes. And now the item is amended. All in favor? Thank you. We'll go on to item 8 because we have our speakers here now. And so I'm going to ask Destination Toronto to take their places. This item is EC 25.8, Toronto's Visitor Economy, 2025 Market Performance and Forward Growth Opportunities. Welcome to committee. As you settle, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves once you have command there. Thanks.
Good morning. Looks like we've got everything displaying properly here. Chair, thank you for the invitation. My name's Andrew Weir. I'm the CEO of Destination Toronto. Destination Toronto is Toronto's international promotional agency. We market and sell Toronto around the world, attracting tourists and visitors of all kinds from all over the world. And really, this is part of how we grow Toronto's economy. So I'm going to push the wrong button. Growing the economy is really what this is all about. This is about millions of visitors that come to our city every single year, even in the winter. They spend billions of dollars, and those billions of dollars help employ tens of thousands of people in the city. These are critical jobs in the city. Many of them are stable, long-term union jobs at hotels. They are youth jobs in the hospitality sector. We also know that the hospitality sector is a critical on-ramp to employment for new immigrants to the city. So across the visitor economy, we see vital conduit to employment for, as you can see, about 70,000 people here. What I want to do today is share a little bit of the state of the nation on the visitor economy and tourism, talk about how Toronto's doing, some of the key initiatives that we have underway to help grow the economy and help grow the visitor economy to be stable not only next year, but looking beyond next year. It's important first to understand the composition of our visitors. So a few brief numbers and charts. We have Toronto welcomed 28 million visitors this year. 28 million visitors. Now you can see the majority of those are domestic. This is looking at all of our visitors, including same-day visitors. I'm going to skip ahead to the next slide because I want to focus on overnight visitors. These are the visitors that stay longer, do more, spend more, and you can see about 2/3 of the visitors are domestic and about 1/3 of them come from US and the rest of the world. And we organize visitors in the three categories: Canada, US, and then international, which is everything other than Canada and the US. And you can see that about 1/3 of the visitors come from that international segment, but over half the spending. And that's important to recognize because domestic visitors, as important as they are, and there are millions of them that spend $3 billion here, it's the international visitors that stay longer, do more, spend more, and have a greater impact on the destination when they arrive. For this obvious reason, a domestic visitor is likely to stay a little bit shorter time. They're less likely to stay in paid accommodation. But if you look at those international visitors, that's almost $1,600 per trip for every international visitor. And it makes sense, right? These are visitors that have traveled a greater distance. They're more likely here for the first time. They're going to dig in. They're going to do more, spend more when they're here, and that contributes to more businesses, more jobs all throughout the city. This year has been an interesting one, a bit of a nuance particularly in the critical US market, and you can see that US visitation on the left side chart is down this year. It's down about 6% so far this year. It was down much more in the first half of the year, and we've been able to recover some of that market in the second half of the year. Thank you, Blue Jays, for some help with that. But the US market has been down, and we are working through some decline in the US market. What's been important is a trend towards diversification. Now, last fall, we had flagged international diversification as a key priority. Little did we know when January came just how important that diversification was going to be. So over the last year, we have focused on opening new offices and new sales and marketing initiatives in the UK, in Germany, in Mexico. And you can see that there's already early results from that, and we're continuing to see growth in those markets, which is critical at a time when the US market is somewhere between sideways and actually decline, at least for this year. I'll just mention the Mexican market. It looks like it's down relative to 2 years ago. That's because some federal visa changes. What you can see is it's increasing again from last year. And although some of those increases are small so far this year, they portend greater growth. And one of the interesting things about Mexico is there's almost 20% more seats available on planes from Mexico. The airlines are investing heavily in the Mexican market. They see the growth out of the major urban centers in Mexico, like Mexico City, Guadalajara, Monterrey. So we're seeing significant growth there. So although this looks like modest growth out of Mexico, all the indicators and the data that we see suggest that it has much greater potential to grow. Chair, I just want to note the clock is not moving here, so I'll keep my comments relatively brief
You
anyways.
don't need to limit yourself. You're doing a presentation. So you
In that
should
case.
take your time.
In that case, settle in, everyone.
I do, however, reserve the right to pull out my umbrella. So
Understood. I will still keep it brief. I want to show you here something that in Toronto we don't often get to see very often. These are some ads and some promotional materials that our tour operator partners in some of the key international markets have put out. When we live here, we don't often get to see how Toronto is promoted in Germany or Mexico or the UK or the Netherlands. But Toronto is promoted in those markets. We just don't see it all that often. And what's important are the work that we do in these international markets works at a number of levels. We start by building awareness, working largely through media and some digital channels to drive awareness of Toronto, and then work very closely with tour operators and airlines and other partners on a B2B basis that enable conversion. So we build demand, we build awareness and build demand, and then use these sales channels like some of you see here, some tour operators that actually give people, once they're aware of Toronto and have an idea that this is somewhere they want somewhere they want to visit, then we have packages available that they can purchase. We don't sell those packages, but we work with the tour operators that do, and it helps drive much more demand for the city. And that's a formula that works and continues to evolve as technologies evolve and sales channels evolve. But it's very important that we're back in those markets now after, frankly, being out of them for about 5 years during the COVID period. I want to change gears and talk about the meetings business for a moment. One of the critical drivers of the visitor economy in Toronto is major meetings, major conferences that come to the city. This year has been a very strong year for advanced sales. All the meetings that come to the city are booked in advance. The major meetings, like the ones I'm focusing on this slide here, what we call our citywide meetings, are typically booked 3 to 7 years in advance. Most of the meetings we're booking now are for 2029, 30, 31. We actually have one meeting booked for 2039. That's not that common. That's a little bit more in advance than usual. We just booked one last week for 2033. So, some of the largest ones do book well in advance, and it's important that we're competitive in that market. There's a technical word I'm going to use here called citywide meeting, and that is a definition of a meeting that meets a very specific criteria. These are the largest meetings in the city, 1,500 attendees or more than one day, so not just a one-day event, more than one day, uses multiple hotels and a separate venue. So that's as opposed to what we would call a single hotel meeting or a self-contained meeting where you could have, say, 500 people in a meeting at the Sheridan Center where they have their meeting there. They also have their rooms there. This is different. This uses multiple businesses throughout the city and is the largest, most impactful events that we host. This year, so far, we've booked 33 future meetings for Toronto. Now, this slide was put together about 2 weeks ago. Since then, we've booked several more, so we're probably going to get close to 40 by the end of the year. But I'll just speak to what's here. So 33 meetings that will drive over 220,000 visitors to the city. And these are some of our highest spending visitors. These are business travelers that are staying one person per room, not necessarily 2 or 4 per room as a leisure traveler typically is. They're also often here for the first time, which means they're doing things while they're here. They're slipping out after the meeting and going out to see a live show at night or go to restaurants. But they're also maybe seeing Toronto for the first time as a business traveler and thinking about coming back with their family. One of the best and most effective ways we generate leisure travel is by hosting meetings here, because that gives people a little taste. Then they come back as leisure travelers later on. So these are critical, $600 million in spending from these visitors. But what I want to draw your attention to is the other two columns. On the right-hand side, you can see these meetings touch on some of the critical sectors in Toronto's economy. Life sciences, technology, advanced manufacturing, food and beverage, labor organizations meet here. These are critical meetings that not only bring spending in the moment that they're here, but they help drive forward some of our most important growth sectors in the economy. The other thing that's important to note is where these meetings are coming from. So even though I mentioned that U.S. visitation is down about 6% this year, it is very encouraging to see over half of the citywide meetings we've booked are international this year. And that shows you Toronto's appeal internationally, that we can compete internationally, and that even though some leisure travelers are having second thoughts about travel outside the U.S., I don't think it's about coming here that they're having second thoughts, but about crossing the border and having to cross back home again. We're still able to book those critical U.S. meetings for the future, and that's a very encouraging sign. We obviously track that very carefully, but so far the signs this year have been very encouraging. Now next year, here's just a sampling of 6 meetings. All of these were booked 3 to 5 years ago. You can see some of the major meetings that will be here next year. These 6 meetings alone will bring more than 30,000 people to the city and the spending that comes with them. That's 30,000 people just from these 6 meetings. And you can see the impact then of these, where one decision, one yes from a meeting planner can bring thousands of visitors, like our World Poultry Congress with that very frightening looking chicken looking over the skyline. But it's 3,500 people coming next year, and it took almost 2 years to win that business. So it's critical, valuable business for the city, as an example. Now, next year, in addition to these 6, I want to draw your attention to a couple other major events. One is one called Rendezvous Canada. So this is one that we are very fortunate to be hosting in May next year, just a couple of weeks before the World Cup. This will bring 2,000 attendees to the city, many of whom are international travel buyers. These are tour operators, travel buyers from around the world. So this becomes a live audition for Toronto. We are showcasing Toronto to the very people that we want to buy Toronto and then sell to their clients. So that's a critical opportunity for our leisure travel. And then for our business travel, the corporate Event Marketing Association is 1,000 US-based corporate meeting planners. Again, a live audition. So every one of these individuals controls where other large meetings are hosted. And this is a great opportunity for our city. In the peak summer season, the city's going to look great, and a real opportunity for us to drive future business. The other major event next year, of course, is the World Cup, which I won't spend a lot of time talking about, other than to just point out to the role that Destination Toronto is playing as a key partner to the city, working very closely in partnership with the Secretariat team here, and some of the things that our team is delivering on behalf of the collective objectives are engagement with international media and the tourism opportunities. Now, a lot of that will be triggered later this week when we know what countries are playing here. That will unlock a lot of those opportunities to reach out to those markets and drive more visitation, drive more media coverage and awareness in those markets. The Destination Toronto team has built the FIFA Toronto website and manages the content and manages that website. We manage all of the FIFA Toronto social channels, for example. So part of the partnership, working very, very closely with the team at the Secretariat and SPEC and a number of teams at the city. We've been very involved from the bid process all the way through on the operations side with hotel contracting. And then finally, one of the critical roles that we'll play, again, working very closely alongside the city team with the Visitor Economy Office and the FIFA World Cup Secretariat, is making sure that more businesses throughout the city are connected to the World Cup opportunity. So we hosted an event just this summer that had over 900 businesses attend, so that they could find out how they can get involved, how they can connect. We have another one planned in January and another one planned in the spring, so that all the businesses have an idea of what's going on. They feel connected. I know it's a priority for the city and for the team working here, and so we're doing what we can to make sure that the businesses of the visitor economy are connected. I'm going to end with just talking about long-term competitiveness and looking beyond next year. So we've talked a lot about kind of the sales and marketing and all that, but we also need to be thinking about how we stay competitive as a destination. And it's not just how we promote, but actually think about what we can do to elevate the experience on the ground here. So we think about this, the product, the tourism product that we have, the supply side, not only the demand side. So work is underway now on a destination master plan. Tourism is one of those sectors that is not centrally planned. No one individual or agency can point and declare that this is what the tourism experience is in the city. It is controlled by thousands of private businesses. The city has a huge role. The province, transportation, planning, it touches so many different segments. But if we could centrally plan it, what would we do? What would it look like? And so what we've done is facilitated a process that has brought together a large stakeholder consultation, a steering committee that I'll share in just a moment, that's basically looked at the question, what new assets would help the city grow its competitiveness, or improvement to assets? What improvements to the experience, creating a greater sense of welcome, for example? And the photo you see here, this is outside on Front Street, the north building of the Convention Center, that our team worked with the team at the Convention Center to create a new sense of arrival, a new sense of welcome that really plants a strong flag for Toronto. Uses AI. You can see the prompts there to the new AI tool that we've developed to support visitor servicing. So this process called the Destination Master Plan is a 10-year roadmap that is in development right now and that we'll be able to roll out early in the new year with input from over 400 organizations, including many of the divisions from the city that are directly involved. It was built on a data-driven comparison of 14 competitive cities across North America, I should say. And I specifically want to just leave this up for a moment so you can see these are the 15 people on a steering committee. So this is not Destination Toronto's plan. This is not, our management team's vision for the future. This is a community-based vision for what is going to be critical to develop and build for the city so that we remain a competitive destination, so that we continue to drive those jobs. We continue to generate new tax revenue for all three levels of government. We continue to grow our economy. It's easy to lose sight of the fact that tourism is an export. But it is very much an export. And at a time when many of our exports are under strain due to tariffs and other factors, tourism is performing well and has an opportunity to be one of the winners of this city as an export sector if we drive it well. So it is important work. I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk about it. I just want to thank the team at the Visitor Economy Office and Economic and Community Development that are such great partners that we work with on a daily basis. I want to thank the team at the city here, Chair and Councillor Carroll, who sits on our board of directors as well, for the support. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk about the visitor economy and take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant, sorry, of our presenter from Destination Toronto, Councillor Candavel.
Thank you. Oh, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Very, very helpful. How would you capture the narrative on Toronto? What's the pitch?
It's a great question. And it's a challenging one, I won't lie, because we have everything. But when you have everything, it's tough to bottle that. Toronto is, we are, without doubt, the most diverse and inclusive city in the world, and that's what we lead with. That is our superpower. And at a time when a lot of other cities, particularly in the U.S., are stepping back from a messaging of inclusivity, let them. It's just creating more space for us. We are decidedly not stepping back from that message, and it's something that we lean into heavily. Toronto is a destination that if you're a person who loves cities, then you're going to love Toronto, because this is where you can walk from neighborhood to neighborhood, hop on the TTC and explore neighborhoods from around the world, see great live music, great theater. This is Canada's downtown. This is the urban epicenter of an entire country, and all the things that come with being an urban epicenter. So this is what makes Toronto exciting. It's a place that we know people want to visit. I will add, what Toronto is also depends on who we're talking to. Because when we are talking to an international traveler, someone coming from thousands of miles away, then this is also how you get to Niagara Falls. This is the center of a region that offers so much more experience. People aren't necessarily going to fly 12 hours from Asia just to spend 3 days in Toronto, but they will come spend 3 days in Toronto, a day or two in Niagara Falls, go see Muskoka, maybe go on to Ottawa. Now you've got a 7 or 8 day trip that's really worth flying across the world for. And that's to our great benefit.
Thank you. Coincidentally, last night there was a reception by the CGs of Korea, US, and Japan, and Cameron Bailey started off with, the number of folks who ask, how do we get to Niagara Falls?
Those are our falls.
And on that, what is the relationship of leveraging the consul generals? Apparently we are the most consulates for a non-capital city. How do we leverage that?
So a lot of the work we do, we leverage it, I would say, more on our business events and meetings sector, where it's a more B2B based relationship. It's less leisure travel focused. We do work with the consulates that are in Toronto on hosting inbound trade delegations. For example, when a meeting like the Collision Tech Conference was here, then there were probably about 30 different missions hosted by different consulates, bringing tech companies and entrepreneurs and developers and researchers from their countries here. That's part of the power of these business events, is that it attracts these large trade delegations. Anytime we have an opportunity to help spur more trade, export business with Toronto companies, then that's valuable. And that's where we have a great partnership, again, with the team at the city and Business Growth Services, but also with partners like Toronto Global that are working to expand Toronto's trade universe and inbound investment. So a lot of that happens through the consulate offices. And so we do maintain, in fact, we have someone on our staff that is focused specifically on economic development and maintaining those relationships. I will add that it's not only the consulate offices here, but all of the Ontario and Canadian offices around the world we work with as well. Our own consular offices around the world we maintain close relationships with. Again, help build leads for future meetings in coming out of those destinations.
Thank you. And on the conversation, you had mentioned the importance of assets, new assets. Arguably since the CN Tower and the Sky Dome, we haven't seen that considerable significant investment. As part of the master plan, is there a vision for large scale infrastructure that is akin to the ambition we saw in the 70s and 80s?
The short answer is yes, but I wouldn't say it's prescriptive to say this is the particular attraction we need. There certainly have been of course, we have the aquarium now. We had what we called the cultural renaissance through the first decade of the 2000s when we had the ROM and the AGO expansions, and the Four Seasons Center was added at that time, the TIFF Lightbox. So there have been some waves, but it's been you know, we haven't had the level of development in this destination that, frankly, many of our competitors have. So there is opportunity for more attractors. I think the energy around the waterfront, particularly on both the east side of the waterfront and the west side, is exciting because there is new product and experience coming in that form. I will say that some of the most impactful attractors are not necessarily gated attractions, though, that you pay an admission fee, and those are important, and we have those, and of course you can always use more. But some of the most important attractors could be things like a pedestrian street, right, where we have a visitor hub that is not only for visitors, very much for residents as well, but where we create these epicenters of vibrancy. That's what people travel for. Those are the images that destinations use. If you look at the images that major cities around the world use, it's these moments of intense urban vibrancy. And that's an area where I think Toronto can really improve and become more competitive. It's not an area that, you know, we have points and moments of it, but maybe not the level that some of our competitors. So I would just say some of the new assets and attractors are broad in scope. The one more I would just add is one that certainly our industry has pointed out to be of critical importance is a redevelopment of the Metro Toronto Convention Centre. We have the 4th largest city in North America, and we have the 28th largest convention center. And, you know, as much as I showed the success we're having with meetings, the reality is we're leaving a lot on the table right now. There are meetings that are too big we can't even bid on, but Toronto should be in the league to host those kinds of events.
Thank you. Councillor Moise, questions of the speaker?
Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned that there are 3 conventions happening next year, which would bring about 30 to 33,000 people to the city of Toronto. But you didn't actually mention, you know, FIFA next year and how many additional people that will bring and the impact of that.
So I'm happy to talk about FIFA. I will say what I put up on the screen was an example of 6 large meetings. We will host probably about 35 of those citywide meetings next year that are that largest tier, the 1,500 plus. Many hundreds more beyond that. But let's talk about FIFA for a moment. I'm glad you brought it up. What an opportunity for our city. You know, what a great moment this is going to be. I think the city's going to look fantastic. I'm so proud of the work that the Secretariat has done and that our team's been able to do alongside that with the other partners. And we need to look at events like this at 2 levels. The benefit they bring in the moment, and then the long tail of these events. In the moment, we know there will be thousands of visitors here, many thousands of visitors. We know that they will spend money, they will consume our destination. That's important, but we didn't get into this as a city just to have 3 great weeks in June. This is a bigger story than that. And the bigger story comes when we use that opportunity to drive long-term demand, where Toronto is broadcast to billions of people around the world, looking great and looking vibrant and exciting. And look, I said for years, I've been doing this for over 20 years now, and my answer to, you know, questions about what's Toronto all about, my answer used to be, this is the best place to be during the World Cup. And that's when we weren't hosting it, just because it brings out the energy of the city so vibrantly. So imagine what it's going to be like when we do host it. And that translates on screens around the world. We will be hosting international media here from our from all around the world, but particularly from our key markets, making sure that story gets out. We will be using the opportunity to build tour packages with our tour operator partners, and also hosting future meeting clients, prospects, where we are trying to secure major events for the future. What better way to show how Toronto delivers meetings than to bring them to the biggest thing we've ever hosted and show that. So that's part of how we build long-term growth, and it's not only about in the moment. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, it does. Thank you for the high-level response.
Thank you.
I do have
Oh,
another
sorry.
question.
Please continue.
So in your presentation, you mentioned that you work with third parties for outreach to promote Toronto, and you give examples in your presentation. Is there any direct intervention to get other people from international countries to come here? For example, I know I heard recently that China, for example, is now allowing their residents to travel back to Canada after a long time of preventing that. Now that, and we know the market is quite large there, what steps have we taken, for example, to maybe try and get more Chinese citizens to come here?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about the China market. When, just before COVID hit in 2018 and 2019, for those 2 years, for the first time, China had become our #1 overseas market. Over 300,000 visitors a year. It was just a meteoric rise for the China market that overtook the UK. Then COVID hit, obviously all the international travel was turned off. And as each country has turned on at different times for different reasons, China was really the one that lagged. For two reasons, political reasons, and as you pointed out, there were rules around, not just around who could travel, but it was more around group travel were the rules and how you could promote the destination. There were limits on how we could promote that because Canada did not have approved destination status, which is a status granted by the national government of China. But the other issue has been airlift. We just don't have the flights from China to and from China now for a variety of reasons. So that's starting to come back. The granting of it. So Canada, for just to make sure we all understand, Canada was just re-granted approved destination status a few weeks ago, which is very encouraging news. We are looking at expansion back into China. It's critical. We work with partners, Destination Canada, Destination Ontario. The reality is our resources only go so far. At this point, it's a stretch just to be in the 3 international markets we're in, to be honest with you. We're in these markets, but a little bit thinner than we should be to have any, to have the kind of impact we want to have. To stretch that to a 4th market would be very difficult right now, and I just don't think would have the impact. So at this point, we've had to make the choice on those 3 markets. Before the pandemic, we were very active in China, South Korea, and Japan as well. They are important tourism markets. So my hope is that we can get back to that. We're certainly looking at the China market very carefully, but at this point, it's just a matter of the most efficient use of the resources that we do have.
Thank you. I see Councillor Chan would like to ask questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. And I wanted to ask if there's some additional thought around looking at specific regions for maybe a pilot in a region for a couple of years, like, trying to have a bit more laser focus on Scarborough, for example, as a pilot for a couple of years to expand tourism experience and things like that.
I'm happy to have that question. We spend a lot of time working with a lot of the teams in Scarborough. In fact, Dolph DeYoung, the CEO of the zoo, has joined our board. He's a big champion for Scarborough, and every board meeting he brings that up as well, and has been very passionate about advocating for Scarborough. And I would say we do work very closely with the zoo, some of the key assets and attractors. Also, the food scene in Scarborough has really emerged. I mean, just frankly, as an international story. We're seeing and hearing more about just the amazing food scene in Scarborough, and there have been a number of champions of that story. So often when we host media, we will take them on the Scarborough food tours and try to showcase the destination. The same is true across the city. We've had done some more work in North York this year and Etobicoke, try to get more visitors experiencing more of the city. We have a transit system that for all us commuters like to gripe and complain, the reality is it works very well for visitors for the most part. And so it does allow people to travel wide and broadly within the city. And so, Councillor, we will continue to look more at doing more in Scarborough, but I want to assure you that we talk a lot about Scarborough already. It's one of the reasons to visit Toronto is just the incredible food scene, some of the great assets like the zoo, like Guild Park. There are assets there. And one of the things we've looked at in the master plan is building more of a cluster in some key areas. And so when you have a few key assets like the zoo in Scarborough, what more can be built around that? There's not a lot of hotel product, for example, in Scarborough. So how do we generate more? What planning tools can be leveraged to stimulate more development? We can't just build a hotel because we asked for it, or it has to make business sense. But what would it take for that to make business sense? And so that's one of the things we're looking at in the master plan to help build out some of that critical mass that will drive more visitation.
Thank you. There is no specific strategy that looks like for example, if food scene is a promise, is there a particular directional, measure or something that could create a little bit more attention to it. Maybe it's a rhetorical question. I'll leave it at that. The other question I had is the question around supporting. I saw the 1,000 people business events and so on. So how do you capture that? I know a lot of events happen within certain communities where maybe they're not interacting with the structures. They might be organizing a Indian community gathering together for some event, or international conference for a particular language that they are organizing themselves. How would you track some of those things? And is there a possibility of those things being supported in a way that they could keep building each year?
So I think what you're asking, if I understood your question right, is how are we leveraging some of these cultural strengths across the city to drive more tourism business? And I think it comes at a couple levels. One is, you mentioned some of those tremendous neighborhood events, the taste of everywhere. And that's what, one of the things that makes Toronto such a wonderful place to live, and why we all live here, because we have opportunities for that. But visitors like that too. And so visitors certainly come for those events. We promote and market those events. But you mentioned something interesting, which is using those networks to attract other international events to the city. And we absolutely do that. But I have to be honest, a lot of these events, a lot of the potential events we could attract to the city, they rely on someone locally to put their hand up and say, I'm on the board of this international event, or I attended this event and know the organizers. We should have that in Toronto. Someone needs to put their hand up locally, and then we can help with that process. But we don't always have the direct line immediately to the organizers. So when someone locally has an opportunity, when they know of one, it could be a medical association you sit on the board of. It could be, as you mentioned, a cultural organization. And we do see a lot of large-scale cultural events coming into the city. We can deliver them very well. We do very well and deliver a great experience for those groups. But starting the process is often the hardest part. So if you have anyone in your community, in your ward, or that you come in contact with through your work throughout the city, please point them our way. We're happy to help facilitate a process to attract more of these events to the city. We've seen the power that they have when they do arrive here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Sorry, we can't. We have too many debutants. Please, offline is always available. Councillor Vice Chair Carroll.
Thank you. Yes. Pardon me. I've got such a bad throat today. I just want to tell a fable. If we want to go bigger than what you've just heard, first of all, what you've just heard, if you've done any traveling, in my personal life, I do a lot of traveling in the U.S. for sports, and so many are just not doing the work that Destination Toronto has done in partnership with some of the others to get back to the visitor economy that they had. And you can see in all the graphs that we are. But if you want to go bigger, and Councillor Moyes asked about FIFA, here's a little fable. In 2003, the city of Vancouver won a bid to hold the Olympics in 2010. So in 2004, they immediately began construction on the West Convention Center, that beautiful green building that many of us have gone to. And that convention center was completed in 2009, so that it would be standing there right beside the Olympic flame and the Douglas Copeland Lego-built whale and all the rest of it, ready to go in 2010. That's thinking big. That's taking something like winning a bid on a sporting event and figure out what attractions could support it, go with it, and make sure that that long tail that Mr. Weir is talking about actually happens. And we haven't actually done that. We didn't get around to doing that. In fact, for the first 2 years after we had received the FIFA bid, we proceeded to constantly complain about whether or not we wanted this bid that we already had. So we let that opportunity go. But if you do want to think big, right now we're really relying on some of that luxury travel. If we want to get back to where we're serious competition to Vancouver. If someone's looking to have a conference in Canada, we don't want them all going to that green building. Then we really should be advocating and needling our MPPs about the province getting on with that convention center overhaul. It's a really dynamic and brilliant plan. The board is sitting on it. It needs to be funded. It needs to be built. It will actually be a compliment to their darn spa, which is under construction. It would bring more to the visitor economy and long-form businesses, overnight guests, and you do love conference business because they are 1 to a room, so it's a lot of rooms. So if we want to think big, then those are the things we need to listen to. It's resources, but it's also thinking that way and pushing for those things that could help Destination Toronto do more. And, you know, the bigger you build it, esports events that we don't even know are happening are just monstrous. They are huge in this market, and they happen without us even knowing. They don't even make the press. And the bigger the facility, the bigger their events will be. And so we can advocate for the kinds of things that'll take the visitor economy even further. But in the meantime, the most important thing to me on that presentation is take a look at who is involved in that steering committee. Everyone who should be talking to DT staff is through that steering committee. Every principal person in the city you would want to be involved is certainly there. And then the DT staff is ready to act on it. We talk about conference business, and yes, we do employ the use of outside marketers, but the conference team inside DT are the most respected veterans in the entire country in terms of knowing the conference business. Tara and her team are, you know, beyond compare. And then last but not least, a thing you may not even know about, particularly if you're a downtown councillor, we benefit from DT pulling together the hoteliers in this city. Because yes, they each have their standalone business, and they're beholden to their own boards and their own owners to make sure their hotel succeeds. But the degree to which they cooperate through the Hotel Association, the GTHA, and the board at Destination Toronto is really quite amazing to watch. It's it's to me the most gratifying thing about being on the board. Our film commissioner, Marguerite, and myself sit on that board on behalf of the city, and to watch how they, despite being distinct private sector businesses, work cooperatively together to build the visitor economy is an amazing thing to watch. And so that's your MAT tax well spent. The more visitors that come and the more we earn, the more they will market. I'm just really grateful for the work they do. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Yes, I saw Councillor Candeval, Councillor Moyes, and I will say a couple words. Councillor Anithan, and I'll say just a few words at the end. Go ahead, Councillor Candeval, 5 minutes. Okay, I'll look more to my left next time. How gracious of you. Go ahead, Councillor Moyes. Always to the left.
Thank you, Mr. Ware, through the chair, of course, for your presentation. Is you know, Destination Toronto do great work, of course, but getting people here is one thing. But when they are here, you have to make sure that there are things for them to do, and I think you mentioned that in your presentation as well. And as a local council, we do have opportunities to make that happen. For me, for example, I'll give maybe a couple examples in that, you know, I work to pedestrianize Market Street by the St. Lawrence Market. And now they have a Christmas market there, which is very, very popular. It's as popular now as the Distillery Market. And that's free. And so that brings people not only locally, but also internationally to the area. Another example I'd like to give, just this past weekend, Councillor Nunziata, you know, ignited once again the Santa Claus Parade in her ward. That was dormant during COVID. And of course, we know Councillor Thompson started the Taste of Lawrence. So those are just some of the examples that, you know, we as local councils can do to make sure that we actually get things happening in our communities. We don't have to wait for the city staff and others to do it. So just wanted to bring that up. And there's a lot of great initiatives too by local residents and organizations that try to help with that. As Councilor Thompson's calling me, his ears must be ringing. I know when I went to Copenhagen a few years ago, I went with the University of Guelph professors, and they're working to actually initiate some programs in Scarborough and Etobicoke, something called Plaza Pops, privately operated private space, parking space. And that is an area that they actually take over, and they have community come out and, animate it to make things happen. And that too becomes a small destination for the local residents and community. So there are many things you can do, big and small, to help grow our economy and bring people together. So again, thank you for this presentation and for the work that you do.
Thank you. Councillor Candavel to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Andrew and Destination Toronto for the presentation. Much appreciated. 2 years in as a councillor, learning the narrative, the approach to our city is enormous, and this presentation was very helpful, particularly along the necessity to have a strategic plan going into that master plan, and the need for us as a city to work towards a bigger picture. There's obvious tremendous potential that needs to be met, and that can be achieved through a multiple of ways, which we heard through the presentation and the Q&A. One is to look at how we intersect our planning, our zoning, with tourism objectives. And we see that whether it's a cluster strategy, especially in suburban neighborhoods, to bring certain points of attraction and interest. The concept of food tours are growing in popularity. We see this with CBC's recent show, Locals Welcome, which really captures the underlying strength of our neighborhoods. We say we're a city of neighborhoods, so exemplifying that through a coordinated and supported strategy of existing organic food tours, I think, is a critical way to tell our story of inclusivity, et cetera, which we heard. Number two, I hear the affordability of visiting Toronto, whether it's international or even Ontario in-province visitors, is a challenge. And I think we need to think critically on how do we reduce hotel costs in our city. And I think this involves not just engaging with obvious market operators, but also looking at how effective Airbnb can be as a tool, or other at-home providers, to address affordability. I think this is a big obstacle for us to achieve the market tourism dollars and visitors that we're trying to achieve. And lastly, we do need this concerted big picture thinking around infrastructure assets, and not to be prescriptive, but that ultimately will drive attraction, drive dollars, drive visitors, is the ambition that comes from such a project. And wherever it's located would be part of that discussion. But I think broadly there is so much potential that will only be tapped into by a big picture approach that speaks to ambition and investment that is, of course, will require provincial and federal government supports. I think the story of Toronto is, of course, still unfolding, and how we tell that story and bring in people will be in our hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Now to Councillor Shen to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and thanks for all the work Destination Toronto does. Appreciate the work that goes into make our city a choice for their conferences, for their visit, for their tourism. I think this is not necessarily for Destination Toronto to look at it alone, but I think more to do with us as well as a council to look at injecting investment or targeted investment into certain possibilities of growth. Whenever I travel, my best experiences are not with the most visited sites. It's sometimes the less visited sites that are hidden gems that people get the best experience of, and so looking at Scarborough as an option to have a bit of a retreat from the regular urban setting of high intensity and high high level of activity to come into to the food scene, to the cultural scene would be something that is as mentioned in the presentation, during the presentation, it is something that is a promise, but the promise to materialize, we need to have a bit of a targeted approach to it, I think. Obviously, the community, as Councillor Moise pointed out, councillors and the community can do a little bit more, but I do think that an increased attention or focused attention would be helpful. The other thing I think would be helpful is also like some of the smaller scale events that happen that bring international folks for a book fair or a cultural event. Maybe it's only 300 people, 500 people coming. If we can actually incentivize those things, it will grow into a larger thing. Everything we have that are so large as a cultural festival started fairly small. So looking at options of growth and figuring out a way to support some of those things would be a good thing to do. There are a number of festivals that happen in Scarborough that attract at least a couple of hundred international travelers. And if that were to be growing, we would possibly see the kind of festivals now that attract thousands of people from other parts of the world. The festivals always also have a correlated other events that happen as well. And finally, I do think that there are people who are actually making Scarborough their destination. And many families live there, so families and relatives visit and Scarborough as the destination. And then they actually come to Scarborough and leave from Scarborough technically. And so there is a need for us to also figure out ways in which those visitors can spend more money in the local economy and do that a little bit more. I don't know if you have a way to track some of those things, but it'll be good to see that there are visitors that are coming. And then final point I'll make is that there is definitely a competition. I don't know if I can call it competition, but obviously 905 with a little bit more infrastructure on hotels and stuff like that, like in Markham compared to Scarborough. People are choosing certain locations which have higher number of places to stay, and it's more affordable and it's also more traffic friendly, if you may. So those competitions obviously are good for GTA, but at the same time, I think we might be losing some opportunities there to kind of think about what would it mean to kind of make Scarborough kind of the the secondary thing, or Etobicoke, whichever maybe. So looking at those options for us would be helpful. So I'll stop with that. Thank you very much for the presentation and looking forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, I just want to thank you, Andrew, for coming and for sharing this information with us. It's gratifying to hear that we're an attractive destination for both tourists from within Canada, from the US, and globally, and for event organizers because of our continuing commitment to diversity and inclusion in the city, embracing who we are as a community of people from all over the world, and in fact, arguably the most cosmopolitan city on the planet. It's also really gratifying to hear that the TTC is an asset for this agenda because, as we know from TTC, The majority of people are within a 5-minute walk to a TTC stop, and the majority of jobs are as well. So that is gratifying to hear. Clearly, we have the need for greater convention space, which is in line with our population and our capability and our capacity to host larger events. This is, I think, is an impediment that's structural, and it requires significant investment from regional and national governments. And I believe it's owed to Toronto, given that we are the motor and the engine economically for not just for this province, but in many ways for this whole country. So this would be a prudent investment for provincial and federal coffers too. I want to just say that there's a couple of things that are on my mind. One is this, speaking to my comments from my colleagues about opportunities to visit, for example, the food scene outside of the downtown, or even the very dense areas that would include mine, which isn't quite downtown, which is about how we search and find gems. And this is something that is somewhat outside of the capacity of local government, but we do have a role, I think, in taking a good look at this, which is much of what we are able to search online is driven by pay to play. So advertising drives how high you are in terms of say, a Google search. It's really hard to find the gems that people are talking about, and I know because I'm actively looking for them all the time, and we have some food tourists that come into the city. I think that's something that we really need to consider examining further to make sure that people are going to find the places that are really going to give them an experience unlike any other in the world, where you can visit the cuisines of many countries within the limits of this one municipality. The second thing I think it jumps out for me is the pedestrianization. I think about Mont Royal in the summer. That's just tens of thousands of people peacefully using the street. It made great results for business along Mont Royal, but I think this is a reminder to us as councillors that we have to support those agendas. And when any kind of proposal comes to committee and to council, we'd have to say, yeah, let's get behind this. Many times when we talk about the pedestrian experience or making this available, it becomes a culture war conversation about the pedestrian versus the car. But I think we need to consider that this is a real driver of the economic viability and health of our city. It sounds to me like there's an energy in this committee among Scarborough councillors to maybe develop a Scarborough-focused strategy, which I think, that's something that members of Scarborough Community Council might consider. I think it's important to start to develop what those visions are. And I agree that there's a lot of assets there. I think about my area, there's half of my ward is in the old city of York. There's a big part of it that you can't really call downtown, but Geary Avenue or Davenport being considered the 26th coolest neighborhood in the world. That's a result of some innovative zoning work that was done by staff with my predecessor, Councillor Bailao, and which has required really careful stewardship, both from my office and also from city staff and municipal licensing and standards in the music office and economic development and culture, and planning staff, to make sure that we're constantly keeping that spirit alive. But now it's become a destination globally, and it's not a very big area, but I think that, to speak to Councillor Moise's comment, there is so much we can do as local councillors to incentivize and support and stimulate this kind of activity in our communities, which could end up putting a very humble street sort of on the global map, like in the case of Davenport. Thank you very much for the presentation. Clearly what we need are more of these big events. Let's fight together for this bigger convention center. The predictability of knowing that a large international meeting is coming is worth a lot because it allows businesses, the city, Destination Toronto, our partnerships to plan. Even it has an impact on workforce development because we know that we're going to need the hospitality workers for that time. So we look forward to hearing, again, how we're doing, and with a lot of developments happening next year. With that, I'd like to move receipt of the report. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Let's go on to our next item, which is EC 25.2. And let me just get that. Establishing a Toronto Community Crisis Service Training Center to strengthen Toronto's fourth emergency service. We have one speaker registered, and that's Nicole Corrado. Just a reminder to please speak to the item if you're here, Nicole.
Yes, I am speaking to the item.
Welcome to
As
committee.
a person on this person on the autism spectrum, I absolutely benefit from having this this program because police do not provide a safer, calm environment, because if I get dysregulated in public, having someone who's armed who could arrest me, who could apprehend me, or worse, would be very, 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 very stressful and would actually escalate the situation. However, having the Toronto Community Crisis Service, it's somebody that even I could call if I'm feeling dysregulated or overwhelmed or upset, especially in public. And that really would, even just the knowledge of their existence, would bring me a lot of comfort. And I even though I don't live in Toronto anymore, my parents still live in Toronto, so I still might be visiting Toronto. It still would affect me, and it will help a whole lot of people by having that program. And I would absolutely love to virtually be able to give talks about autism and to the Toronto Community Crisis Service, if that's possible. So I'd like to keep in touch with their development, and I hope this gets expanded to other cities. I think it's being expanded to Halifax, I recently heard. But yeah, absolutely, this is a very important service that I am so happy that Toronto has brought that in, and I hope they continue to keep expanding it. I think it's wonderful that they now have a proper training facility for it, and that brings a lot of comfort knowing that exists.
Thank you for coming to committee. And any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few questions, not too many. What safeguards are in place to ensure speedy development of the fourth floor of 355 Church Street?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Following, if Council approves and Committee approves this report, we'd be moving forward with a funding and a service level agreement with the necessary parties that would initiate a trigger of things, or a variety of things. One of those would be a clear delivery timeline for the construction of that facility. Current planning is that would be completed by the end of Q4 next year.
That's great. So talking to you last week, I know you're going to have simulations and all those things in that facility when it's built. How can we include training for public-facing city staff and city councilors, assistant, for example? Because I know, in my own ward, in my own constituent office, we have all sorts of people walking through our doors who are sometimes in crisis. And I have to say that, my staff do a great job trying to de-escalate and try to help people the best they can. But it's not part of their training here at the city. Is there an opportunity for, again, city staff and our council staff to somehow benefit from this program, from this new facility?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. And through the chair, yes, there will be opportunities for community partners as well as residents and city staff to take part in our training curriculum. Currently, we provide over 200 hours of training for crisis work and de-escalation, and we would be happy to include your staff and other staff in that training, as we recognize that there's an opportunity here for us to provide more training so that crisis situations in the community are responded to quickly and de-escalated quickly.
And just one other follow-up. So again, we're very close to the Church Wellesley Village, and the needs there are complex, I will say. Is the opportunity to perhaps collaborate with the 519 and other stakeholders in the area?
Through the chair, yes. So our four community anchor partners will be leading the day-to-day development and execution of the training program. However, they have a number of partners, including the 519 and other local partners, as part of their broader network of service providers who will be engaged in the development and execution of the training, and they'll also be able to take part in the training.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Questions of staff?
Thank you very much. Just wanted to ask if considerations was given to other locations as well, maybe in Scarborough or other parts of the city. I know one of the partners is Taibu, and they have a site as well. And I do think there's benefit to embedding training in different parts of the city where people with lived experience can be part of the people who provide the training as well, so it's easier for them to get to and so on. So has those things been considered in the proposal?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, it has. And so as part of this project, as part of this work, we, alongside CREM, Corporate Real Estate, have conducted a review of all city-owned assets and surplus properties that the city owns, seeing if there was any good test fits or case fits for us to expand into. And so it's important to name that due diligence has been done. As part of this work, it's also important to name that the training facility that's being proposed will indeed have citywide reach across the city. It's centrally located close to public transit, as well as 2 of the 4 existing anchor TCCS program partners. And so it offers a network of existing services, but also centrality for access across the city.
Thank you. So it would still be possible for the cohort that's getting trained to be possibly having some satellite type sessions in Scarborough at Taibu, possibly. I'm not offering Taibu because I haven't talked to Taibu, but I'm just assuming, and being located in Malvern, to be able to situate some of the learnings and spaces to be distributed a little bit, even if there's a central. I see the benefit of centralized location, but do see benefits from having those locations used as well.
Yes, through the chair, we are hoping to continue to explore opportunities to provide training elsewhere in the city through all of our community anchor partners, including Taibu and Scarborough. So we'll continue to do that work, but yes, Taibu will continue to provide training on site as well, where they need to for their staff, as well as for other community anchor partners and residents in Scarborough.
So my last question is around the nature of the training. Is it going to have a bit of an intensive period of training for a few months, or is it going to be on-off, like a site for the staff to gather and a mixture of those? Like, what is the kind of the use of the space would look like for the kind of workforce we have in this particular emergency response unit?
Through the chair, yes, we are planning to have a regular cadence of training throughout the year. We have our 200 hours of core training that we provide to our crisis workers on the ground. We also do joint training with our emergency service partners, including Toronto Police Services, paramedics and fire, as well as now TTC Special Constables. And we also have a community of practice that we do. This training center does give us an opportunity to revisit the training that we do now and think about ways that we can improve and expand the training that we do to make it more accessible and continue to deliver on the high quality and standards of the training for the crisis teams.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have some questions as well. I'll go to Councillor Candeville next. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to a potential agreement outlining performance standards and accountability measures, where does that stand right now?
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, that will be developed once we have the service agreement for the delivery of the training. So our role as the service system manager is to oversee the training and ensure that it is meeting our high standards. And we will also do regular evaluation of the training to ensure that it is aligned with our priorities and, again, meeting those standards.
Will that come for approval to this committee?
Through the chair, our service agreements don't usually come to council for approval. However, we do share our evaluation, and we're happy to do that.
Timeline-wise, when are you expecting that?
The service agreement will be established in Q2 of next year. The plan is for the training center to be operational in Q4 of next year.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other stakeholders as part of those discussions?
Yes, so we are engaging all of our community anchor partners as well as our emergency service partners and as well as relevant city divisions that we work with.
Mm-hmm. Is there any space or relationship with hospitals in relation to this center and or training?
Yes, we do have local advisory tables that each of our partners run, and those have partnership and participation from a wide range of stakeholders, including hospitals. So we are happy to engage them through that process as well.
Do you foresee that there's more value being added by a formal partnership beyond advisory tables?
So through the chair, our community anchor partners do have formal agreements with certain hospitals, but we as the city do not have any formal agreements with the hospitals. But if the suggestion is that we should, we can certainly take that back.
That is the suggestion, and to that, what are staff's thoughts on that?
So through the chair, that certainly is a value to help enhance the overall crisis service, and we'll take that suggestion back.
Thank you. And is that something that is typically a direct relationship with a hospital or a LHIN, for example?
Through the chair, that is usually a relationship through a hospital, but our community anchor partners, as an example, like Gerstein, are part of a LHIN. So they are embedded within the LHIN model, and so they sit within that model with hospital partners, and they have their own relationship with hospital partners, both in terms of training opportunities, but also overall service system management, for your awareness.
Oh, good to know. And to that point, what is the relationship? How long-standing is it? Say, so the identified provider here is Gerstein, or operator, whatever the term is. What is that relationship like? So let's say St. Mike's and Gerstein, if that is a hospital they have a relationship with, how deep and embedded is it?
So through the chair, all our community anchor partners have different relationships with different hospitals. The Gerstein Crisis Center, I believe, has an ongoing relationship and partnership with St. Michael's Hospital. I can't speak for all their hospital partnerships, but we can endeavor to get that information to share with you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Carroll, questions?
Yes, can I just, I'm not putting you on the spot because in a way this has already started to leak out to the media. There is an ongoing conversation that involves all of the partners we've stated and the police. There's a change coming to the mental health approach based on the success of TCCS. So in terms of how we change the hospital relationship, when there can be a handoff between an officer and perhaps a TCCS worker, that's now a live discussion and coming to us in the near future, is it not?
So through the chair, yes, that is a live discussion, and we are working with our partners at Toronto Police Services, but also our community anchor partners to explore what those alternatives and policy and service agreements need to look like.
So in terms of driving any change there, we should probably wait for the results of this exercise, and then the proposal will come both here to the first responder, well, the police board will see a final proposal, because there'll be a big change there. That's coming to us early in 26? What, am I guessing?
So through the chair, we don't have the exact quarter when it's coming, but I do anticipate it's coming in early 2026.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the big picture here. What will this is good news. What will this allow us to do? How will it enable deepening this approach to mental health crisis within populations in the City of Toronto? And why is it crucial that this opportunity is taken up? And then finally, who will benefit in the city? How does this hub help to create, support all the spokes that are out there for the entire City of Toronto?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Maybe I'll answer it backwards because I remember the last one first. So I think that we are hoping that the training center has far reach, and that not only does it support our current workforce, but our growing workforce, our expanding workforce, since the expansion of the TCCS last year and then more recently into the TTC. We are a leader in training, development, and delivery, and so we hope to continue to build on that leadership and continue to grow when it comes to the delivery of specialized crisis training for the residents of Toronto. Beyond that, we are hoping to open up once we have a space that we can use, we are hoping to open this up to residents, city staff, other community partners, and certainly our emergency service partners as well. So we see an opportunity here to continue to build on what we've established and continue to grow and expand and ensure that high standard of service delivery for crisis response in Toronto.
In terms of animating the capacity of first responders or emergency responders, how is this center, this hub, going to be able to support that?
Through the chair, one of the most important trainings that we deliver is in joint partnership with our emergency service providers. It's joint collaborative training, which allows us to develop effective communication skills, debriefing, as well as responding in the moment. So we do theory delivery as well as scenario-based training. We will continue to develop that training further and expand the scope of that training to include other emergency service providers in the training center.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Candeville, Vice Chair Carroll. I'll put myself on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for staff for presenting. This is a significant shift in perhaps how we quote-unquote do business, and I think with that requires careful, thoughtful approach to ensure that we have effective work being done in how we respond and handle and care mental health crises in our city, and to that, the performance standards and the accountability measures will be very important, and looking forward to that coming out in Q2 of next year and engaging with your office to get a confidence in its implementation and obviously execution. And further to that, the tremendous importance of effective engagement with our hospital partners who have immense experience in handling these crises, especially as we have a burgeoning TCCS department. And I can't underscore the value and tremendous knowledge and experience that they can provide for us to be effective. I think that's the bottom line that we all want. There is, I think, a rightful concern about this change. And it's important that we address those concerns in a confident, clear, and thorough manner. So just wanted to underscore that conversation concern that's happening and looking forward to the work and how it unfolds next year. Thank you.
Just Vice Chair Carroll to speak, Deputy Mayor Malik, then Councillor Moyes, Councillor Shan, and I'll speak last.
Yeah, I was just alluding to some changes coming because I think they will affect the training. And I have to say, the fact that there will be satellite training, of course, because there's always benefit in situ types of training for people if they're in the area that they're going to be in. But there is no denying the benefit you get when you pull people from all over and they come and they start to deal with some of our central practitioners. Well, I can tell you, even with the police, in terms of dealing with persons in crisis and having having the right de-escalation attitudes and such, one of the ways they do that is to take officers from all over and have them come and work in a downtown division for a day. Sometimes 3 in a row, just to experience those calls with people who've been taking them for 10 to 15 years. And then they take that sensibility back with them to their suburban divisions. And this training center means, in a way, we'll be taking that same sort of approach in terms of the centralized training for TCCS. That's all good. In terms of hospitals, you have to go back quite a few years to get to the Yakabuchi report. But that report talked about things that are finally now just happening in hospitals, that whether it's the police that take someone in crisis to the hospital or a mental health practitioner of any kind, once you get there, you may have done all the work of de-escalating, and then once you get there, they're re-escalated by the Sturm und Drang of an ED. But what Yakabuchi said was we really should be able to figure it out in a hospital facility to, once they're at an emergency department, create a quiet space where just the person who brought them, and if you know there's a harm issue, maybe hospital security or the officer that's staying on scene, that they can have a hived off place within emergency department. We're piloting that now at North York General. And Scarborough Health Network has renovation projects for their emergency departments. Mount Sinai has been renovating their emergency department for now 30 years, seemingly. All of these hospitals are and can and are creating these little mental health spaces so that there is a way to keep on with the work of de-escalation and then figuring out the care stream that you want to help that person get into. All of that's happening. And the good news is the depolicing of it is happening because of their total faith in TCCS. We started this program not knowing if they'd ever buy in, and there's major change being discussed at that table right now. Surprising changes I never thought I would see. And so, and they'll be controversial, but I think good. And so in terms of meddling around the edges now, I don't think we need to. I think we need to see that discussion through. It'll be brought to us, it'll see the light of day, and I think we'll all be pleasantly surprised, because it is where the community asked us to go with this. The de-uniforming, the de-escalation as first practice across the board here. It's actually happened, and now it's further refining. It can take out even more of that uniform response now, because there's just faith in this system. And the training center is about making sure that that faith is long-term. And centralizing it is how you're going to get there. Because that's where we're seeing best practice happening at the end of every 911 call. We're seeing it happen. And so for the training to be in proximity to it just makes sense. So I'm so happy to support today's report, and very happy to hear that it might be ready by the end of next year. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe I had Deputy Mayor Malik next. followed by Councillor Moise and then Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo my colleagues' remarks that I'm so glad to see this moving forward. Thank you to city staff and to the frontline workers whose experiences have informed what we have in front of us. And the continued embedding of our fourth emergency service, the Toronto Community Crisis Service, is something that we should be very proud of as a city and as a council. The teams who provide this service, as we know, do incredible work. We've spoken about it many times in this council chamber and at our committee tables. They're responding to mental health crises. They're helping people access services and case management for long-term stability so that they can be on a journey to the right supports and services in our city. And we want to make sure that the people who do this work have what they need, and that includes training and more access to decent work, because the teams and partners who are leading TCCS make a big impact in our city, and we know that very clearly. And as was mentioned, they're setting an example for other cities to look and learn from. I know we've answered many calls from jurisdictions across Canada, North America, and the world, from cities looking to implement their own community crisis service, and it's so important for us to be able to demonstrate what that evolution looks like here in Toronto. And this center will help serve the workers who do the hard work every day and help us share that Toronto model to the world. Thank you again for bringing this report forward, and I'm looking forward to this progressing.
Thank you. Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to echo that. I think this is actually a really great thing to see this training center coming to fruition. The Toronto Community Crisis Service has done tremendous work in the short time they have been in existence here in the city. And it's great that, you know, we have found a 7,500 square feet space in the core of the city, close to the police headquarters, close to the Gerstein Center, which is actually, the head office is actually on Charles and Jarvis for the last 30 plus years. I've worked with them when I was a counselor at the hospital, and I know the great work that they do. And so again, speaking to staff about this last week and what's going to be in there, you know, I was very excited about it, because in my other life when I was a police officer, I remember, you know, at the Ontario Police College, we actually had simulation rooms of different things taking place and how we would react to it in a controlled space. And I know that also at the Toronto Police College, they have also a similar program as well. And as in my line of questioning to staff earlier, I mentioned that, you know, my own staff encounter people in crisis on a regular basis. And to be fair to them, they don't have the skill sets to deal with it, but they do deal with it, you know, in the best way that they can. And when I am there, I intervene myself using the skills that I have over the years. But it's great that the crisis service workers can now have the same level of training as, let's say, a police officer or a paramedic or any other emergency workers in the city that do frontline work. And I'm happy to hear that staff has said as well that there may be opportunity for other public-facing staff to actually participate and to get the benefits of this as well. So again, this is great. It's to staff's point earlier too, it is central in the city. So it's on the transit line. People from Etobicoke, from Scarborough, from North York, all have access to this vital service and also able to get there using transit as well. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very pleased to support this report, and the TCCS has grown so much and has become an important part of our frontline response. And with its growth, it demands a permanent place where training can take place. And it's good that we are moving forward with this. And I also think that training is going to be a very critical part of this work, as not only in terms of getting training to start, but also ongoing training to be able to learn about different kind of situations that are emerging. So having a space will make it easier to plan those trainings, to bring people together, and to create a space. I also think that as first responders and as one of the emergency responses, it is important to have a space that is set in the community and that deals with power dynamics and so on. So having this space that is for TCCS allows TCCS to welcome other first responders and other emergency services to come to a space, which allows that learning to be happening in a space that is much more conducive for different community settings, especially for people with lived experience to come to a center and be part of that provision of training. A space that's set in the community is vital. So I think for all those reasons, it's beautiful to see this happening. The only thing I would add is that, if people with lived experiences from other parts of the city need to come and join, we should make sure there are incentives and honorariums and other ways and travel and other things that facilitate a bit more support for people to participate and come and not only learn, but also provide training, because we learn the best when we learn from people who have lived experience. And then the last thing I would say is that obviously I'm happy that Taibu Community Health Center is part of the core partners and does fabulous work. And if there are needs for some parts of the training to be in the field, it could potentially, I feel, could be in other parts of the city, a bit more field training that could be facilitated by partners who are located outside the downtown core, which is already in place. So I'm happy to support and looking forward to seeing this particular initiative grow and become a model for rest of North America. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm last to speak. I just want to thank staff again for this incredible innovation. To remind ourselves, this response of Toronto Community Crisis Service was the way that Social Division took up the challenge following a 2020 report called Policing in Toronto. So this is a long journey. We're 5 years down the road, and I don't think there's too many other programs that have been so carefully built in partnership with first responders, with police, fire, and paramedics, that has been so evaluated and studied. There were built-in evaluations throughout the whole process. This is a process of evaluative learning throughout, has been done in partnership with frontline workers in specialized civil society organizations that have expertise and relationships. So I'm surprised to hear the comment from my colleague, Councillor Candeval, that this is a change or that there's some kind of scrutiny that needs to be provided in addition, because the experience that I've had and what I think what the reports show is that we know that this is where we're heading, and we've been wanting to get to this place for a long time. What is this training center really about? Staff have previously had to run around the city looking for places to offer training. That's an opportunity loss for actually deepening the model with our partners in first response. So what this means is just having a home for the training for what is globally understood to be an innovative program. When you go to a global conference of major cities of the G20, for example, everybody wants to learn about this. It's top of mind. So this is a wonderful thing to be able to build on the success. We have 35,000 calls answered, about 80% of calls diverted away from other first responders, and also not sent to emergency rooms, because there is no help in emergency rooms. And that's what we hear from emergency room heads, particularly in the densest parts of the city, but all over the city really, is that admitting someone in a crisis to an emergency room is not a good outcome. It's actually high resource, and often the person does not get the follow-up care that Toronto Community Crisis Service can offer. Specifically is the high success of connection to support and services that have a long-term impact on the outcome for people that have experienced crises. This is the best value for money that we can possibly imagine, and a core element of making sure that the model continues to succeed and deliver is that it's done with a lot of training at the core, a lot of continual learning, and I'm happy to say that I have every confidence that evaluative learning has been built. It's in the DNA of this program. There will be changes and innovations, potentially, and adjustments to how it's delivered, deepening of certain, in areas where we see emerging crises among particular populations. But in its DNA, it's consultative, it's in partnership, it's across a range of diverse communities across geographies in the city. And I can assure my colleagues that what I've heard from staff is that there still will be satellite training as needed. What we have now is the capacity to be able to bring, say, Toronto Fire in for a particular kind of training that has to do with how to ensure that the Toronto Community Crisis Service is working effectively, and that we're deepening the understanding about how to handle crises across everyone that might interact with someone in that situation. So thank you for bringing this forward. This is a big success for the city, I think. It's a big success that we should celebrate, and something to communicate to our residents that we're doing better and more of something that is born in Toronto and born right. So thank you for that. I'd like to move adoption of the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And now we have some patiently awaiting members of the public who are here for the next item. EC 25.4, Mount Dennis for All, and that will begin with a presentation. Welcome to committee. I'm going to ask everyone to introduce yourselves, and once you're settled in. And if I'm going to walk away for a minute, just because I have to step out for 2 seconds, but but I'll be listening. So please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is John Smith, Manager of Community Development and Social Development.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Aisha Sillam, Manager of the Renter Strategy Unit at the Housing Secretariat. And we're here today to provide you with an overview of the proposed Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan. Mount Dennis is a vibrant and evolving community. It's affordable, it's diverse, and it has a strong history of organizing and advocacy. I want to acknowledge the Learning Enrichment Foundation and community members that are here today who have been instrumental in collaborating on this plan. With LRT, GO, and Up Express investments in the area, we know that Mount Dennis is going to be one of the most transit-accessible areas in the city. And with that comes increased development pressures. While new housing is always needed and welcome, we've also heard from the community about their fears of gentrification and displacement, particularly for Black Torontonians and other equity-deserving groups that have long called Mount Dennis home. Mount Dennis residents are looking to governments to help them with these challenges, and this is why we created the Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan. The city adopted a secondary plan in 2022, which identified the need for the development of a community development plan. This action plan that is in front of you is the Community Development Plan with some unique approaches. The action plan also focuses on an area undergoing major change and prioritizes equity and reconciliation. Most importantly, this action plan was co-created with community, and even the consultation for the plan was led by community for community. The plan was also developed through deep collaboration with an interdivisional working group that focused on integrating existing city policies and programs and strategically layering on needed improvements and new initiatives.
The interdivisional working group is led by the Housing Secretariat and various city divisions who have worked side by side with community residents in working groups at consultations and in the formulation of the final plan. A key part of the development of this plan was the Mount Dennis People's Summit hosted by the Learning Enrichment Foundation. It was a full-day, community-led event focused on advancing anti-displacement strategies, with over 160 people in attendance. And through this engagement, the Mount Dennis community identified key areas of action to be embedded in the action plan. Now moving on to the proposed recommendations. The commitments here are a combination of community-led actions and city-led actions. And the first one focuses on preserving affordable housing and commercial spaces. These initiatives include the launch of a community land trust by Mount Dennis residents, a community of practice established by the city to support land trusts, updating our housing funding programs as well to prioritize applications from transit-intensified communities such as Mount Dennis. It also includes the creation of an equity scorecard, the first of its kind in the country, to measure benefits to the community of new developments. And last but not least, it also involves working with the BIA to continue to support local businesses.
Action area number 2, excuse me, it focuses on promoting anti-displacement strategies, including creation of an anti-displacement education fund, promoting access to legal and education services, and the support of compliance of commercial and space replacement. Action area number 3, designed to enhance the public spaces for community, including the return of the Mount Dennis Community Hall to community, the creation of community spaces in new developments, and enabling community cultural programming. Action area number 4 is focused on the implementation and monitoring of the 10-year action plan to ensure accountability and reporting back to community and to council. And so with that, it includes 3 action areas: establishing a Mount Dennis community partnership table, continue to engage Black and Indigenous communities, and monitoring the progress of the plan over the 10-year period.
The goal is to achieve the plan in incremental phases in the short, medium, and long term. This doesn't preclude these goals from being achieved sooner if possible, but it provides a feasible time frame to achieve them. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions of staff? No. First deputation. Sorry about that. You can hang around though. Sorry about that. So we have many speakers, and I want to welcome them. It's one speaker, but many people witnessing. So wave your hands if you're here for this item. Wonderful. Thank you for coming. And I want to invite Amina Yassin Omar to speak. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Amina Yassin Omar, and I'm the Vice President of Community and Placemaking at the Learning Enrichment Foundation. Our organization is committed to providing integrated, holistic, and community-responsive programs that enable individuals to contribute actively to their community's social and economic well-being. This includes projects such as The Quilt, our 14-story affordable housing project on Western Road. The Quilt is more than housing. It brings together a welcoming streetscape, community space, and affordable retail, all shaped by 40 years of community vision and input. It will be a welcoming place where our rapidly growing neighborhood can connect, create, and collaborate. It is in that same spirit that I stand with our community today to express strong support for the Mount Dennis for All Community Action Plan. For decades, Mount Dennis has faced underinvestment, rapid change, and now increasing pressure from development and displacement. This action plan offers a thoughtful, community-driven response, one that puts people back into planning and ensures that those who built and sustained this neighborhood have a voice in its future. This first-of-its-kind framework introduces bold and necessary measures to maintain affordability, protect local business, and reduce the harmful impacts of displacement, particularly for long-standing residents who have chosen Mount Dennis for its affordability and working-class roots. We are a neighborhood defined by diversity, resilience, and a deep commitment to placemaking. I want to extend my gratitude to our community partners, Horn of Africa Seniors Association, INAGBI, the Mount Dennis Community Association, the Mount Dennis BIA, and the Eco Neighborhood Initiative, just to name a few, for their unwavering dedication to this plan. We also know that community-led planning is strongest when paired with stable, long-term municipal commitments. This action plan provides that foundation. Its development reflects a meaningful interdivisional collaboration led by the Housing Secretariat and Social Development, a necessary and commendable approach given the complexity of the issues facing the neighborhood. We hope this action plan and a subsequent equity scorecard will help the city strengthen its engagement with local communities in transit-oriented neighborhoods. These tools can support more inclusive decision-making in areas experiencing significant gentrification and growth. In closing, I want to thank the residents of Mount Dennis, many of which are here today. So thank you very much. I want to thank Councilor Nunziata, who's also here with us today. I want to thank city staff, community partners, and Sean Gadden for their tireless work in bringing this plan forward. I urge the committee to adopt this item and continue supporting the community-driven efforts that have shaped the Mount Dennis Community for All action plan. This is a significant opportunity to protect affordability, strengthen local capacity, and ensure Mount Dennis remains a thriving and inclusive neighborhood for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Thank you so much for coming. And now we go to questions of staff. No questions of staff? Nobody online? Terrific. To speak, Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you very much. And most of the kids that are here today, or people that are here today, was here for the launch pad as well when we had the deputation. Thank you. Thank you to staff and thank you to members of council. I'm pleased to see this report move forward and ask the committee to unanimously approve the recommendation. As you will remember, in November of 2023, the motion came to economic development on a community for all action plan, and that was adopted by the committee and adopted by council. So I'm pleased to see this report is here today. The first steps in developing a Mount Dennis Community for All action plan took place when the Mount Dennis secondary plan was approved by City Council back in July of 2022. And I'm pleased to have initiated this process and was pleased to attend the Mount Dennis People's Summit back on April the 5th, 2025. I also want to thank the many city staff from across many city divisions for their hard work in developing the action plan. I especially wish to thank the 165 people, many from the local community, who participated in the April 5th People's Summit. We heard you and we hope you can hear your voices in this report. Lastly, a big thank you to the Learning Enrichment Foundation for helping to guide the process, especially Amina Yassin Omar, Vice President, Community and Placemaking at the Learning Enrichment Foundation, and of course, Sean Gatton, the city's former Executive Director of the City Housing Secretariat. The Mount Dennis Community Action Plan is an excellent example of great community building and interdivisional collaboration. For this reason, it has a citywide and division-wide implications well beyond Mount Dennis. As the Councilor for York Southwest, and I look forward to working with everyone involved to deliver on the promise and commitment that this report makes to the committee of Mount Dennis. And hopefully the Eglinton line will open very shortly. That's part of the report. Yeah, cross my finger. Now, if you remember, I mentioned a couple weeks ago, the mayor and I were we opened up a daycare center in Mount Dennis. And that's the biggest daycare center of 98 spaces in Mount Dennis and the first net zero daycare. And this is all part of the Mount Dennis Community Action Plan. And so we're taking those steps forward, and I want to thank the committee and thank this committee for adopting that motion that was passed in 2023. I ask the committee to take a recorded vote on the item and unanimously support the recommendations that you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Vice Chair Carroll.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think, well, maybe you were going to do this. I should have asked you first, but the only person that didn't get thanked in that speech is Councillor Nunziata. So we have to do that. Councillor Nunziata has been advocating about Mount Dennis since the day I walked in the door in 2003, and probably a decade before that as well. But this is to me the prime example of how you build and keep building if you really double down on place-based strategy. And it will go well beyond the immediate map. I visited Division 12 just last week as part of my tour of police divisions. I spent the day with 12, and they are so looking forward to this and so feeling blessed that they have an advocate who's fighting for all these things, because it is a neighborhood that needs these things more than most, and we all have challenged neighborhoods, but some of the most challenging tenant situations we face anywhere in the city are in Mount Dennis, and this plan and the approach that it takes, I really enjoyed reading it, because it is the product of a long amount of work, and it is more than I thought it was going to be. We've been hearing the champion of Mount Dennis, Councillor Nunziata, all these years, and we were just getting snippets of what might be in the offing. This is much more than I expected, and so you're to be congratulated along with all of the partners that you just congratulated, Councillor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just briefly say, this is such a wonderful item to have here before us. Think about, my own experiences in Mount Dennis, going out to, when I first met Acorn, and at the beginning of about more than 20 years ago, knocking on doors at the Mount Dennis Community Association, and I see some veterans that has existed since the 1970s. That have been, imagining a vision of a wonderful Mount Dennis. Obviously, the local councillor who's brought this to us today, with all of the community partners, and being out at the Learning Enrichment Foundation, actually with North York Community Harvest and a bunch of different organizations. Think about all the wonderful things that Mount Dennis has given us, including the Toronto Community Benefits Network, and all the efforts that were put in to make sure that the Mount Dennis station would contain, on the Kodak lands, would contain the building. And it's just an example of all of the wonderful things that are in this community, all of the gifts that you've given us in terms of innovative organizing, working with your elected representative, and then pushing the city, pushing everyone to bring together a vision that includes both planning and also community development approaches that in the end make the process more democratic, inclusive, and this really speaks to the fundamental needs of affordable housing and a whole bunch of other opportunities that are before us. And it's lovely to see some, as Councillor Nunziata said, some of the same people that came out to support Launchpad, and that massive mobilization coming out of Mount Dennis is an example to communities all over the city. So I concur, and I want to second Councillor Nunziata's call for a recorded vote, and for her wish that it be unanimous, so that we can send the strongest possible message out of this committee that this is the way to go to fulfill many of our city visions and build from the power and the experience and the value that everyone has in this community to make the city more fair and equitable. So with that, I think we have the motion before us, the item before us.
Motion to adopt the item. All those in favor?
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Candeval, Councillor Malik, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Mantis, Councillor Shan, how do you vote?
In favor?
In favor, that item carries unanimously.
You got your wish.
Thank you to members of council. Now, on Thursday, I'll be at infrastructure because we have the Weston Loop coming. That's in Weston. So Mount Dennis and Weston, we're all in the same.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now we're going on to our next item, which is the progress update on the implementation of the Reconciliation Action Plan. And for this, I see I have a speaker. Let me just take a look. Yeah, online. Welcome to committee, and that is Miguel Avila Velarde. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Miguel. I am a resident of Ward 13. I'm indigenous from Peru. I'd like to start by saying that I support the recommendations on this report. But I just want to give you an update to the members about the first bullet point, which says that the city will be in consultation with indigenous communities on the topic of the reconciliation plan. There is only one caveat. The city has an Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, and currently this committee is reviewing their terms of reference. I think they're trying to be more inclusive of members of the community, I hope. My brother, Gary, an activist, First Nations from Thunder Bay area, he came to speak at the AAA about some important systemic changes based on the 1904 recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation. My brother and I, we went to Ottawa in 2015 when the report came to be brought forward to the politicians in Ottawa for implementation and many other changes. I attended a rally in July the 1st, 2025. And this was in relation to the Bill C5, Bill 60, Bill 5 in Ontario. I understand that implications are embedded on Bill 60 and also on Bill 213. I believe there's another bill that has a real effect in the way the goals are set in these Truth and Reconciliation plans, which are 28, which is amazing. Amazing. However, when it comes to the federal level, province level, only 25% of those 94 recommendations have been implemented. So there is a lot of work to do across the country, across the provinces. We hope the government of Doug Ford is open to those changes. I know the struggle of indigenous people, especially in grass areas. They've been trying to get justice for the poison mercury. I understand that there is a demand to incorporate voices that are missing at City Hall. Councilor Carroll sits at the Police Services Board. She's aware that I have always asked, where is the indigenous person in the room that speaks for indigenous peoples? Councilor Carroll, you know, this advocacy work has started since 2010 during the days of Alok Markuji, the first chairman that I met back then. So we need to work to incorporate those voices at the Toronto Police Services Board. Also, we're missing a Toronto-made anti-Indigenous racism strategy, because all these good things, these intentions must be complemented with systemic changes, social changes. It's good to see investment in housing for indigenous people, thumbs up. Employment for our youth is incredible, but you know, it all depends on the political will. I thank Mayor Chow for championing for us at the province level, at the federal level, and everybody else at this committee. I think is made up of good people with good intentions, but we have to go and tackle those two last recommendations by my brother Gary, an indigenous man from North Bay. Indigenous representation of the TPS and an anti-indigenous racism strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, questions of staff? I do have a couple of questions. So I thank you for this report. And while I see that there's a list here of some of the successful pieces, the funding framework, the Spirit Garden project, meeting in the middle strategy with Toronto Shelter Services and Supports, and task and the Toronto Indigenous Community Advisory Board work together, the people and equity pieces that have to do with Toronto's Indigenous Employment and Training Organization, and again, the Toronto Community Crisis Service citing as a co-creation with Indigenous partners. I want to probe the section on lessons learned, which I think is really refreshing to come to a committee, a reflection of where we've learned from what we've been doing. So I think that's important to highlight. Can you please capture some of the high-level lessons and what the city's response will be after this deep dive and analysis, and how you arrived at these lessons?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Hoffman, and I'm the Manager of Special Projects in the Office of Denise Andrea Campbell, the Deputy City Manager for Community Development and Social Services, and I'll be addressing questions. Thank you for this one. In the lessons learned section, we talk about lessons we learned, many of these coming from our partners, but also from city divisions. It's been a busy 4 years of reconciliation efforts, but we do acknowledge that the plan's themes and actions included limited co-creation with Indigenous community partners. We want to adhere to the nothing about us without us sentiment, and we need to do a better job at that. So that's the first lesson learned. We also acknowledge that there's been a lack of a meaningful community engagement structure established to monitor the ongoing implementations of the actions, to validate the city's successes on the actions and those partnerships. There has been limited engagement with our local First Nations partners, and the city is working on a process to establish how and how we do that, when we do that work, and who's involved. While the city provides, and the report includes significant funding for different actions with Indigenous partners, there is limited capacity building funding. We know through our work with our partners who are beyond gracious with their time and energy in guiding city projects and the opportunities they've had for co-creation. These are busy organizations with executive directors and senior leadership who are working 24 hours a day to support their communities, and these additional asks for the city need to be compensated in a way that they can do that work and meet with us and not take away from the community while they're doing that. And then there's been limited socialization of the plan. So we need to do a better job at getting out there, sharing the plan with our Indigenous community partners, Indigenous residents themselves, and First Nations. And when I say sharing the plan, I'm referring to the work as it is, but your second part of your question is what are we going to do moving forward? And it's getting back into community, recentering the plan within their needs and wants, and deciding what is the future of the plan, what are our next steps, and being very open to hearing how community wants to see us move forward.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No speakers? Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you very much. I do have a motion. And put it up on the screen. And my motion is City Council adopt and forward to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities the resolution to advance the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls national inquiry calls to justice attached in the motion. And I want to speak to that specifically in just a moment, but I want to start off echoing the gratitude for city staff in bringing us this report, for the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council, member agencies, and who have been collaborative partners in this work, and it's important to hear how that continued collaboration with community is strengthened moving forward. And this update lays out some of the progress that we've made in housing and shelter, in providing relevant and appropriate mental health support through the Toronto Community Crisis Service, through the realization of the Spirit Garden, which I so appreciate the opportunity to walk through every day, and that is part of my ward here in Spadina, Fort York, and through the work that is being done along the waterfront and part of waterfront revitalization. I look forward to keeping this work going as we develop a name for the East Bayfront Community Recreation Center. And it also lays out the very real challenges to this work every day that we have to do better as a city, especially related to relationship building, meaningful engagement, and co-creation, and to make sure that the reconciliation action plan is truly embedded in all the work that we do as a city, which it must be in order for us to do better. And I'm glad to see some of the recommendations get to this. And as it relates to my motion, Jessica Shirk, the Senior Project Manager for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirited People, met with me this last spring with Lalua Habley from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the capacity in my role on FCM. And they recognize that our city acknowledges the ongoing generations of systemic violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited People as gathered in the National Inquiry, and the urgent need for justice for those who have been harmed, and the action needed to prevent future violence and actually the opportunity to thrive. And we know the calls for justice must be implemented, but municipalities have never come together to call for this through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Jessica and Lalua thought it was important that Toronto, as the biggest municipality in Canada and on FCM, to move this forward and to demonstrate our leadership. And I'm proud to do that today in partnership and in collaboration. And thank you to all who have provided their input. I really appreciate the dialogue that Jessica and Lalua opened up to us, the staff at the Assembly of First Nations, and with the support of my colleagues, our delegates to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Councillor Chris Moyes and Councillor Paul Ainsley. And this resolution will go next to the FCM committees and hopefully to the floor of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, where we can keep this moving forward together upon our approval and council approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, any other speakers? I have a motion. I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Paula Fletcher, who has shared this with the Deputy City Manager's office, and it essentially makes more specific some of the direction in the report to landed with respect to work with the Waterfront Secretariat, the General Manager of Parks, Economic Development, and reporting back to this committee, and that the City Council direct Waterfront Secretariat and the aforementioned with support of the Indigenous Affairs Office to report back on an Indigenous naming process for Coxwell Common in her ward, and finally directing the Executive Director of Housing Development Office to work with the Waterfront Secretariat and Waterfront Toronto for future requests for proposals for affordable housing delivery and Minising to prioritize partnerships with nonprofit and Indigenous housing providers to deliver rental homes. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Malik for her motion. Very helpful and wonderful to see leadership from this committee and this council, we hope, to Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We have a really important role to play when it comes to the implementation of the recommendations of the commission that brought us all of those important recommendations with respect to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and it's something that I think is very useful and would support. And thank you to the Deputy City Manager's Office. In the report, it's clear that we have now the opportunity to, with the Deputy Manager responsible for Community and Social Services Office, to be able to learn from the past with this report and build relationships that are meaningful and that are in line with our reconciliation action plan principles, which really are, working in a couple of ways. We have a very large urban Indigenous population of people who are just residents living in our community, organizations that are place-specific. The treaty with the Mississaugas of the Credit, it's a nation-to-nation relationship that we have as well. It requires a particular kind of attention and intention to make good on what we've committed to, and I think that going forward, this approach, what's being proposed to us, is something that's going to be healing, generative, and respectful, and it will produce excellent outcomes in many of the areas where collaboration exists and where new solutions and new relationships might be forged in the future. So thank you very much for all that work. I know that it's not easy, but it's fundamentally important to do it well, to do it intentionally, and to make it safe for the long term for all of the participants. So with that, I will move the recommendations in the report. Actually, sorry. First, I'll move Deputy Mayor Malik's motion. The clerk didn't even have to look at me that time. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On my motion on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Looking at the time, I think, let me see if we have... Okay, we're moving on to the next item, reducing barriers to youth employment, EC 25.7. We are going to take one deputation before we break for lunch. Is Serena Nudell here? Online? Welcome, Serena. You have 5 minutes. And I'm going to, while we get that set up, move extension to, we finish with the hearing this deputant. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Welcome to committee. Serena, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure how to turn my camera on, but I'm going to go ahead and do my my deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Economic and Community Development Committee for allowing me to engage in this democratic process. My name is Serena Nudell, and I'm the Director of Community Programs at TNG Community Services. I would like to acknowledge and applaud the city's dedicated work over the last year towards addressing youth unemployment in the city. They have demonstrated awareness and commitment to reducing barriers to youth furthest from employment. I'm impressed by the depth and analysis of the research and inventory that the city took to create a baseline of what is offered in terms of youth employment opportunities, as well as how they have committed to address the issue through streamlining services, increasing accessibility, and inclusionary practices to hiring. 16,000 jobs are a lot of jobs, and it's a clear indication that the city is doing its part. Furthermore, the neighborhood group has greatly appreciated being consulted in the development of the youth employment table. It's a great example of the city's collaboration with community partners. A quick shout out to Heather Tillich, Laura Metcalf, Yazamati, and Samantha Holness for all your hard work on this file. Behind the scenes, it's been a real pleasure to collaborate. We all agree and collectively see the writing on the wall. I appreciate how the city's report highlights how Toronto faces one of the highest youth employment rates in Ontario at 19.7%, with Indigenous, Black, newcomer, 2S LGBTQ youth experiencing the greatest barriers. The report also recognizes that while Toronto is a leading municipal youth employer, stronger coordination and investment across governments is needed. Limited provincial funding, the seasonal nature of federal programs like Canada Summer Jobs highlight the need for a more aligned, multi-governmental approach to meet the needs of Toronto's youth labor market. Given this shared awareness, I would like to recommend the following. In alignment with Councillor Candoval's motion, TNG, the neighborhood group, recommends a report back mechanism to economic and community development in May 2026, as well as this time next year, to reflect on the impact of the Youth Employment Charter, the Youth Employment Table, and what we can do to move forward after FIFA and the mayoral election are in the rearview mirror, and to ensure sustainability after all the hard work that's been initiated. We recommend that the Youth Employment Table have a clear mandate of increasing employment opportunities in addition to reducing barriers to employment. We would like to jointly set some targets in terms of the number of youth who need our collective support to obtain summer work. We recommend that we stick with 10,000 summer jobs as a target. This initiative is rooted in the youth voice and the work done by Toronto Youth Cabinet, and is also spelled out in the city's economic and community development plan. We are not asking the city alone to create 10,000 jobs. As previously mentioned, the city has been making a tremendous effort to increase employment opportunities for youth. Now it's time for the federal government, provincial government, and the private sector and the nonprofit sector to come to the table and do their share. We see the impact of the provincial employment services transformation. We see that Toronto's not getting its fair share of federal summer jobs. We see that the private sector is lacking the capacity that the city has to hire youth that face barriers. We recommend that the city leverage their resources and experience they have to bring different levels of government and the private sector to the table, and include this in the summary of actions for 2026. Together, we can support 10,000 more youth in 2026. 10,000 youth who by this time next year will share their stories of their first job with their friends, family, and communities. What an impact that will have. Again, the neighborhood group holds great admiration and appreciation for the actions taken so far, and we are grateful to be at the table. We want to continue to leverage our partnerships and resources to continue to work together to address unemployment in our city now and make a true difference for youth and for the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Candoval, questions of the deputant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Serena, for deputing and your tremendous work on this file for a long time. You know the history behind this motion from Council in December to ECDEV to now. Do you, from your reading, what is the role that is provided in this report for the nonprofit sector to be involved in the creation of youth employment jobs?
I don't see it specifically outlined, the nonprofit sector's role. My understanding, in conversation for the city, is that there's a separate table where the nonprofit sector is involved and engaging. I know that we're doing work, for example, that TNG's been doing education with the nonprofit sector around ensuring that we give youth their first employment opportunity and hire young people facing barriers to employment through the Canada Summer Jobs, but I'm not seeing very much in terms of that at the moment. Correct me if I missed something.
Thank you. I do also want to appreciate your point. I just want to underscore that there's tremendous research. I think your first point was that this report and the work by staff has considerable research embedded in it.
Mm-hmm.
Was that, and from that, the heart of the motion, which you spoke to, was the creation of up to 10,000 jobs. In your comments, do you see clarity in how there is a pathway to that objective?
I think we need to see that objective as a target, and I think there is a lot of opportunity if the private sector comes to the table, and if nonprofits come to the table. I think there is a pathway. I don't think it's impossible, and I think it's important given if we see the youth employment rate is 19.7 with 320,000 approximately young adults between 14 and 24. That would mean that 119 plus thousand young people are unemployed. So if we can set a target of 10,000, I feel like that's reasonable and it's aspirate. You know, I think we have to work towards it. Yeah.
And finally, is that pathway clear in this report from your perspective?
No, I think that the research has been done on the need. I think that this report clearly shows the need. In terms of the pathway, I know that at the youth employment table, those conversations have started to happen, but I think we need to set a clear pathway. I think that there are some best practices highlighted, but I think, yes, the next step would be to, more clearly identify that pathway.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a quick question about the engagement with employers, and which are a pretty important element here, and also the provincial government, which is responsible for Employment Ontario and a number of elements that have to do with enforcing employment standards. Are you hearing anything at the table where you sit about any kind of support or leadership or anything emerging with respect to youth unemployment there?
At the provincial level, I know that we've been working with First Work to engage in this advocacy work. I know that there's gatherings that are going to be taking place in the next there's a gathering that's going to be taking place in the next couple of weeks. I think we've been collectively trying to share our voice in the impact, but in terms of receptiveness, I don't think we've been seeing much leeway yet, but we're pushing forward as it's identified in the report. Clearly, youth have been very much impacted by the employment transformation and the cutting of those services.
Thank you. All right. So we will take a lunch break and we'll be back at 1:30 sharp to finish the agenda. Speaker is Zain Quran, Toronto Youth Cabinet. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Testing. Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to be sharing my time with my colleague, Laura, who's our equity and employment lead. Hello, good morning, councillors. Thanks so much for the time to speak here today. My name is Zain, and I'm the co-director of council relations for the Toronto Youth Cabinet, city's official youth advocacy body. I'm relatively new in this position, so it's nice to meet all of you, and I'm hoping to connect with all of you in the beginning of the new year. But I'm here to really acknowledge the staff report. It provides a good update of the current youth employment opportunities currently offered by the city. And I also want to acknowledge a recent announcement announced last week to increase the building skills through recreation program, which allows the participation of up to 2,000 youth by 2026. These are both meaningful steps in the right direction towards meaningful and gainful youth employment. Over the past year, we have heard from over 7,200 youth across Toronto about their experiences with seeking employment in the city through our youth employment advocacy work. These young people made something very clear. They're not asking for handouts, they're simply asking for a fair shot. 77% of these youth told us that they don't necessarily have the necessary qualifications that jobs are looking for because they haven't been given the chances to build them. 74% of those youth told us that the barriers that they face, for example, transportation, make work inaccessible and impractical. 75% of those youth told us that they consider a job to be meaningful when it aligns with their interests, values, and future goals. And finally, 60% told us that their identity, race, age, religion had created barriers towards gaining employment. It's not just an economic issue, but it's also a community well-being issue and a city building issue. For example, just this past Friday, we were involved with a youth consultation in Ward 10, and we heard the exact same messaging from those young people. Now, the staff report does recognize many of these barriers, but we also have to focus on how we define these opportunities that youth receive. The report mentions how there are currently 16,000 opportunities available for youth, but the majority of these positions, about 85%, are either Parks and Rec, which are very shift dependent, or short-term positions like 2 to 3 weeks with the CNE. It's not to say that these jobs don't matter. They're essential in supporting the work that the city and we are doing, but they're not always stable, which is a reoccurring theme that we've heard from the youth that we've consulted with over the course of our ongoing campaign. Youth want purpose. They want jobs that can lead to growth in their future. And if you want to reduce barriers to youth employment, then we should expand beyond the city and partner with private sector employers, the nonprofit, potentially even provincial and federal levels of government, community partners and organizations. And we also need to distinguish between short-term and long-term positions because 16,000 jobs is not necessarily the same as 16,000 opportunities. Toronto's youth are ready to work amidst rising economic uncertainty, but we need stable pathways and roles that can connect them to the careers of the future. As you receive this report from staff, we are calling on you not just to end the conversation there, but to continue the work so that we can create these jobs that support youth across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming to committee.
Thank you, Chair.
The next deputant is Stephen Mensah. Online. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Can you guys hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Mensah, and I'm here today as a youth advocate and consultant who has spent years working directly with young people, institutional partners, and community partners across Toronto and beyond to strengthen youth employment, safety, and pathways to opportunity. I want to acknowledge the meaningful steps the city has taken to support youth employment. However, I'm here today to discuss this specific report as it is currently written, which unfortunately does not reflect the scale or urgency of what young people have told us they need and deserve. Over the past year, tens of thousands of young people, including youth experiencing homelessness, youth in Toronto community housing, youth disengaged from school, and young people at risk of involvement in crime, share their stories with us due to citywide postcard campaign and other consultations. Their message was simple. Young people want to work, they want to contribute, and they want a path towards stability. They told us that the pathways are confusing, the barriers are structural, and the opportunities are too few, too short, and too disconnected from long-term careers. This was reflected in the Youth Employment Report released this summer with the neighborhood group United Way and other partners, a report I was proud to be involved in. Youth spoke about the cost of transportation, identity-based discrimination, a lack of mentorship, and the absence of a coordinated pathway into stable, meaningful work. What they asked for most was something this report does not provide, which is a scaled, coordinated youth employment program with real job targets, real funding, and real partnerships across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. This cannot be separated from the broader reality facing our city. Toronto is seeing increases in youth involvement, violence, and crime. Young people now make up the majority of those charged in homicides, a reality that is unacceptable but preventable. Youth employment is one of the strongest violence prevention tools we have. When Council adopted EC 18.6 in February, or committee adopted it, the direction was not simply to inventory programs, it was also to identify opportunities and resources for new or expanded youth employment programs and to include intergovernmental funding to deal with this youth labor market crisis. However, as it currently stands, the report does not set job creation targets. It does not include a funding request. It also does not outline a cross-sector hiring strategy. And it does not include a meaningful intergovernmental plan, despite the fact that provincial and federal funding reforms are already affecting youth outcomes here in Toronto. These pieces are not just nice to haves, they are the foundation of a real youth employment system. The young people in the city have already done their part. They've named the barriers and proposed solutions, and they have made it clear that a stronger citywide approach is needed. Today, I'm kindly asking the committee to strengthen this report so that it aligns with previous direction and with what young people have told us. Specifically, I urge the committee to consider the following amendments. First, to direct staff to develop a youth employment program with a clear target of 10,000 additional youth jobs by summer of 2026, a target which is fully aligned with Council's commitment under Action 16 of the city's 10-year action plan for Toronto's economy. Two, establish division by division youth hiring targets across the entire city, not only within parks and recreation. Cities like Chicago, Boston, and New York have demonstrated the impact of diversified public sector hiring pathways, and Toronto can do the same. Third, develop a real intergovernmental strategy with specific ask to the provincial and federal governments on funding, wage subsidies, allocations, and employer incentives. And lastly, transforming this youth employment table into a formal implementation body with measurable employee commitments and regular public reporting back to Council. I also want to add that I strongly support Councillor Candaval's motion or amendment motion and urge the committee to keep the amendments aligned with EC 18.6, especially on accountability and job targets. Young people in this city are facing real challenges, but they also have real ambitions. And the amendments I'm suggesting would bring this work in line with previous commitments already made and meet the realities facing our communities. This is a moment to move beyond good intentions and to commit to the concrete, measurable actions that young people have been calling for, actions that strengthen our economy, support community safety, and help prevent violence before it begins. Toronto has led before, and it can lead again. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your commitment.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Candaval?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Chair. To the deputant, Stephen, you spoke to the need on a target over what you described as an open-ended process. Why is that significant?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. No, because without a target, there's no way to measure progress. Every major city that has successfully reduced youth unemployment and youth violence has done it while setting clear, ambitious, bold targets to achieve. Toronto already does this on climate, housing, equity, and other areas. We know how to use targets towards pushing for systemic change. I think the question really lies is whether we're willing to be bold and ambitious for young people in the same way as we've been able to be bold and ambitious on other pivotal and critical areas the city is facing. And lastly, importantly, the 10,000 jobs piece, as mentioned in my remarks, has already been adopted twice. It appears in Action 16 of the 10-year action plan, and it was also explicitly directed in the EC 18.6 motion at Economic and Development Committee this February, which specifically mentions 10,000 additional youth summer jobs. And so this is not a new number or an ambiguous number. It just simply references what council and committee has already committed to.
You mentioned Boston. If you can clarify what you meant by their strategy for youth employment.
Yeah, I think one thing that I've seen that's aligned with American cities is just the boldness and the ambition to make sure that the young people who are out of school or also in school are able to access meaningful and gainful employment opportunities, not just in the summer, but year round. I know for the current Boston mayor, when she first came in, I believe her target she set was don't quote me, I think it was between 30 to 50,000. But I know Chicago, they do 30,000 young people. They provide them with meaningful opportunities every summer. We know the city of New York does 100,000 jobs for youth every summer. And I want to not understate the importance of the intergovernmental work. Just like the previous deputies have mentioned, or at the start, we do not expect the city to pay for this whole endeavor. That should not happen. I think instead we hope that the city can use and leverage their role, yes, as an employer, but also as a convener, as an advocate to the federal and provincial government, to the private sector, and across industry to get everyone to the table. And I think that's something other cities have been able to effectively do to build momentum and support towards this issue of addressing youth employment and addressing the rise in youth violence that they also were experiencing.
Mm-hmm. Would you say Boston's a comparable city and their strategy of a central hub? And I think her commitment was a job for every youth who wants one. Would that be comparable?
Yes, I would. And I think just that quote, job for every youth who wants one, like that's the same message in the mayor of New York when he first got elected 4 years ago came in and said, it's like every young New Yorker who wants a job will get a job. And so I think we have comparable cities that we can look at who've met the moment, although it wasn't easy and it's going to require work and effort. But I think young people deserve the ambition, they deserve the boldness. And I know as a city, we've proven to lead in many other areas. And I know we can do this again in respect to the issue of youth employment.
Mm-hmm. In August, Mayor Wu celebrated 10,000 jobs for young people with a smaller population. Lastly, cross-sector strategy. You point out this is missing in this report. Why is that imperative for an effective strategy?
It's imperative because, young people, they told us loud and clear they want that diversity of employment opportunities. They want to be able to work, yes, in the nonprofit, yes, for different, city agencies, divisions, and corporations, but also in different industries in the private sector. We have the same tech industries, healthcare, movie industry. Like we have all these diverse industries in the city. And I think it's about bringing them to the table to ask, what are we doing to give young people meaningful and gainful employment? And if we're not doing enough or doing anything, how can we partner together to actually make sure Toronto's equity-deserving youth have access to those opportunities? And I think even beyond just the fact that these young people are equity-deserving, I think it's the reality that these young people are talented. They're skilled, talented young people who are hardworking, who are willing and ready to work and contribute. They're just looking for an opportunity to do as such.
Great. Lastly, you spoke to real funding. Do you see that in this report?
No.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions of the debutant. You said that the City of Toronto isn't doing anything for youth jobs. And I'm sure you're aware that the report indicates there are 16,000 youth employment opportunities, and the mayor just announced a doubling of the city's building skills through recreation to 2,000 youth age 15 to 24 to get youth job ready. So I just wanted to say that seems like something to me, but like with the previous deputy, and I understand why you're here at city council, because you can talk to us, but wouldn't you agree that to be able to bring private enterprise to the table, to have the real sources of funds, which are available to provincial government in particular and to the federal government, is a place to direct this advocacy? Because I'm not seeing, a lot of emphasis from the provincial government on this, and I note that the Ontario Youth Job Strategy isn't what it was before. In fact, it's completely subsumed in a greater job strategy, which has no focus on youth. What are your thoughts around that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Just to clarify, and I started my remarks by acknowledging that the city has taken steps to support youth employment. So I don't believe I said the city is not doing anything on youth employment. We do all acknowledge, and I can say very clearly, I acknowledge that the city is doing a lot. I mean, I think per municipality, according to a report, we're doing the most in respects to providing jobs to young people. And so I think that itself is a fact and nothing that I've disputed and would dispute. I think my message and remarks are really emphasizing the role of the city to take lead. Yes, obviously we all can do more, but take lead in respects to bringing other people to the table. Because ultimately we know there are unique challenges that the city of Toronto faces, not just in respects to youth violence, but also youth unemployment. And so that's where the core minutia of my messaging is speaking to, is the role the city can take as a leader to advocate at all levels of government, to convene, and yes, to still fund some of these initiatives so that we can do more to hire more young people. And to the other part of your question in respects to, provincial government, the advocacy that needs to happen to the private sector. I think over the last couple of months and historically, work has been done to engage private sector and other levels of government. But I think it just reinforces the need for the city as a government, as an institution, to also support and enhance that advocacy to ensure that all the relevant players are doing their part. And I acknowledge that with a lot of employment, Ontario transformations, and things that have been happening across the province, it's made an issue of youth employment worse. I think that's something that's always been acknowledged, but it's also one where, we believe the city can and should take leadership to push and enhance and enlarge these conversations with other levels of government so that we can actually have some type of impact.
We can definitely agree that the city is a good convener, and I think the partners that you were highlighted in terms of both deputants, including United Way, is a very profound partner for the city in this work. So thank you very much. The last speaker on this is Nicole Corrado. Please speak to the item before you, and you have 5 minutes.
This is hello. This is which item? I'm trying to remember which item this is again.
We're talking about youth unemployment. I know you're out of the 10 deputants, the 8 deputants that we have left. You're 5 of them. So we're on youth unemployment.
Well, right. Well, one of the things I was going to say is that I think it's really important to really, especially not only employ young people, but to be employing neurodivergent youth, because as a person on the autism spectrum, I'm 38, so I'm well beyond youth, but I wish that when I was a teenager, I wish I had, or a young adult, I wish I had a job, because we have so much opportunities for volunteers, but we don't have a lot of opportunities for jobs. There's a lot of money put into things like day programs and after school programs for neurodivergent young people, but nothing really to actually help people get real employment. And I'm not talking about sheltered workshops where people, are put into segregated special workshops. I'm talking about real employment, actually helping people get real jobs, real employment, so because people ask, what do you do? The first thing people ask, what do you do? And I don't know what to say because I'm 38 and unemployed. I'm on the autism spectrum. I was never given the opportunity for employment. And I would hope that the youth employment program, I think it's wonderful, but I think you also should especially be trying to help young people who are neurodivergent, the people on the autism spectrum, people with Down syndrome, people with different neurodivergent differences, and people with physical disabilities too. Young people who are neurodivergent or have disabilities, really, they're equity deserving and need to be given support to find real employment, not just sheltered workshops and not just daycare. That's not certainly not what these young people are looking for. They're looking for real jobs, real workplaces. But if you have the accommodations in place, you can get that.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we're going to go now to questions of staff. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Just one. The Focus on Youth program has been mentioned a few times already. Can you maybe tell us what the program entailed and the benefits that it provided, and why the province perhaps stopped funding the program, and what impacts it's had on youth employment in the province and specifically in the city, especially in marginalized communities like Regent Parkinson and Jamestown that really benefited from that program?
Through the chair, I'm not clear on which youth program you're referring to, Councillor.
Focus on Youth. Are you familiar with that program?
So,
I know, I understand it's TDSB, but it had a significant impact on youth unemployment when that program was removed many moons ago.
so through the chair, if I may, yeah, absolutely. I think the city was one of the partners leveraging Focus on Youth, I believe, through some Parks and Recreation program, as well as other agencies. When the program, when the provincial government completed that program, it certainly did remove funding and supports to a range of employers to support young people.
Okay, thank you. And that, of course, has impacted the youth unemployment rate today.
Yes, I would say, Councillor, through the chair, that whenever significant programs end that are either providing wage subsidies or supporting direct youth employment, that contributes overall to where we find ourselves here in Toronto with a high youth employment rate.
Thank you.
Just a point of order, the program is still continuing. If you Google TDSB Focus on Youth 2025, so the Ministry of Education is funding it. It's not a defense of the Ontario job strategy, but just is it? Okay. Point taken. Point.
Thanks for the clarification. I think that as an important source of some support to city opportunities for youth employment, that has shifted. Thanks.
Councillor Moyes, would you like to continue? Thanks. So I think the answer is it might exist, but not the way it used to. Okay. The next questions, Deputy, I saw Councillor Shan. I'm going to go to Councillor Mantis, who hasn't had a chance yet, then to Deputy Mayor Malik, and then to the Vice Chair. Go ahead, Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for the report. I just, thanks for the inventory. I was hoping if it's possible as an additional information, like how many of these positions are actually funded by the city and how many are funded by the actual revenue of the organization. Like, for example, I'm assuming CNE needs to hire the 4,000 young people because to run, those young people are actually the primary workforce of that operation and so on. So it'll be good to have additional information as to how much of this strategy is being put forward through investment directly by the city to increase youth employment. Is that something that's available or needs to be worked on?
Through the chair, Councillor Chan, just to clarify, you speaking about the 16,000 jobs that we referenced?
Yeah, 16,000, 4,000 is in like, for example, 4,000 in CNE would be, I'm assuming it is the young people being hired to run the operation, which actually generate the revenue that gets paid as workforce, for example, right? Then there are a few other things like that young people are being hired. Obviously, it's great that they're being hired, but it's also not necessarily part of an extra injection of funds to increase employment, right?
We do, through the chair, we do know that those 16,000 jobs, they run a course of across 10 divisions and are under about 40 different programs. We do recognize, however, that of those jobs, that about 48% of them are seasonal. There are about 25% that are part-time, but there are 22% that are full-time and 5% that run under short-term and event-based. Is that sort of what you were seeking?
Yeah, and how many of these positions are funded through the City of Toronto, and how many are funded through the generation of, like, I'm assuming CNE jobs are not money that that city pays CNEs to hire. It's generated through the revenue that CNE generates.
Councillor, I think we would have to take that one back to give you a better answer in terms of that breakdown.
Okay, yeah, so it would be helpful because I know out of the 16,000, 10,000 is with Parks and Rec and 4,000 is with the CNE, and so it leaves the very not small, significant, but still a smaller part of the jobs that are in different divisions. Has there been any consideration around any thought around what any increase would look like, or is that something that we would hear back? I know I heard from deputants as well that what is the growth strategy around here? Like, I think the economic development part, people and equity, social development areas, where the number of jobs are small, but they are actually career building type jobs that could potentially be used more. So has there been some kind of planning going around more jobs? And if yes, when would we hear back as the next report?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. One of the things that we do know, we're quite excited about 2026 because it does give us an opportunity for a number of opportunities for youth. One will be the municipal elections. Back in 2018, we had close to 1,200 youth who were hired as a part of that opportunity, so we expect that to be coming up next year. In addition, of course, we've heard earlier today about the FIFA Games and those opportunities that might be coming available. Unfortunately, we don't have a number attached to that program just yet, but we do have targeted program and work that's going on in that space. As mentioned earlier, our colleagues in Parks and Recreation have recently announced an additional 1,000 opportunities with their Building Skills Through Recreation program. So we're well on our way to start that work, but the real work in terms of getting more targets and more numbers will happen when we gather our table together and we gather together a cross-section that not only includes the city, but it includes nonprofit partners, youth who are the center of that, as well as corporations to help us determine those numbers, those targets, and those goals.
Thank you. My final question is around measuring or tracking where these young people come from. Their either geographic locations or socioeconomics, and whatever voluntarily people are able to. I know some of these programs do and some don't, if they're a way to kind of consolidate some benchmarking around that. And finally, also how vertical or lateral movement takes place for young people when they enter, like 10,000 people coming into Parks and Rec as a city employee, how much do they get to be mentored, supported to go into other divisions or even upward movement?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. We are able to collect this data. Unfortunately, the data collection statement at this time does not allow us to use this data in a meaningful way. We are able to anecdotally track some of this information, but we are not able to report on it as yet. Early this year, we did start a data modernization project in recruitment to help tell the story about what happens to the youth that enter the city and what their employment journey is. This work just started at the early part of this year, and we are doing the business requirements and the data requirements to move the needle to be able to tell this employment journey. So we're hoping to report back at regular intervals. We did report back in July 2025, and we anticipate reporting at regular intervals to share the progress on this work.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, to questions of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The question that I have is, from the 10,000 employees that we see that are seasonal from the youth, do we have stats on how many are in each divisional group, and also what work they do in that division?
Through the chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. We do have this. It is quite a comprehensive breakdown, but we can take this back and provide it to your office.
Perfect. And now, the work that they're doing, does it also meet the needs in certain divisions even from a skilled labor, I guess, perspective? Because we hear through the divisions when we have our conversations with staff that there's always positions that are empty and that they're trying to fill in positions. Now, are these jobs also jobs that are, let's say, at the first level of employment that could lead to a hiring at a future date for the positions that we are looking at in certain divisions?
There's a range of opportunities. We have a couple of different ways that youth enter our employment programs. One is through the unpaid student placement program. That often gives youth the opportunity to do a practicum or a period of time of employment at the city that helps equip them to apply and be successful in employment opportunities. We also do have co-op programs, and those co-op programs do provide some entry-level type experience that they could leverage into other opportunities. Unfortunately, at this time, we're not able to accurately measure how successful we are by those programs, but we do have robust relationships both around the co-op opportunities as well as the unpaid student placement program.
Now, do you find that the types of jobs that the youth are asking for, do they correspond with the types of needs that the city has? And at what percentage does it actually correspond to?
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit complicated to answer. Most co-ops that are offered and most opportunities that are offered do meet a city service need or demand, or the co-ops also support that need or demand. Can you repeat the last part of the question?
So basically, the jobs or the type of employment that the youth are asking for, does it correlate with the types of jobs that the city is offering or the placements that they're offering?
It can. I would say it can. We offer a wide range of opportunities, and the co-ops are not in all divisions. They are in some divisions. But as in some instances, they can correspond to what the youth are asking for.
So do we have a number? Like, can we actually see it from with a number, like what the correlation is? Would it be 10, 20, 30, or 40%?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think we're going to have to take that back to do that analysis for you, because we'd have to separate the variety of different programs to distill exactly what you're asking for.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now to Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. The report outlines that Toronto is one of the biggest municipal employers of youth in the country per capita. And it also outlines the ways in which the provincial and federal governments could be pulling their weight better, to put it kindly. Can you share some of those findings with the committee, please?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Malik. We're very pleased, actually. Recently, we heard from the federal government who had announced their Canada Summer Jobs program and an investment that they will be putting into $590 million over the course of the next 2 years for 100,000 jobs. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly how much will be allocated as yet to Toronto for those jobs. In the past, last year, we received about 7.9% or so of those dollars, not near where our unemployment rate is, but we have yet to hear what that will be for 2025. But we're pleased with the number and the investments, and there's an additional $635 million that's going into placements, and another over $300 million that's going into part of their strategy planning. From the province, we as yet have not heard about an investment into youth employment, but we will be having a number of conversations with our colleagues at the city in terms of intergovernment relations and continue that work and that advocacy work to work together on that.
Okay, thank you. So quite a bit more work to be done on that front. The report also outlines some of the city's own ways of hiring that have put up barriers for youth. Can you share how staff are working to address that and on what time frame?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through the chair, we are working on a number of initiatives. One of the things that we are trying to do is remove barriers and unnecessary qualifications. We do this one posting at a time as we review and update and modernize our postings to make it more accessible. We also are creating a new campus recruitment strategy and team to support the pipelines into our programs early next year. And we are also looking at modernizing our technology to ensure that there are mobile ways of applying for jobs and the system is easier to use.
There was, one of the deputies shared the need to make sure that accessibility extends to young people who are neurodivergent. Can you speak to at least one of the measures that you're taking to address that?
Our staff are undergoing more training to be more inclusive and for our opportunities to be more inclusive. We are also ensuring that our recruitment processes are accessible and allowing for the accommodations and supports that job seekers need in order to be successful in our competitions. And that does also include people who require accommodations or support that are neurodiverse.
All right. My final question is about the private sector hiring. I know there's been a lot of interest in encouraging the private sector to hire young people. Can you share a little bit more about some of the work that the Community Benefits Unit is doing with private sector employers for the World Cup and how we're monitoring it to potentially be replicable or adaptable in other ways, like as a way to encourage people to hire youth?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, our community benefits team has received funding from the Secretariat for a community workforce development program, and they are currently seeking employer champions. They do have a handful that they have recruited already, but we'll call out to see if you know any more to help them out to get some more champions. And through that program, we'll be offering an opportunity for youth to build those skills, have those opportunities. In fact, they have an upcoming youth career activation summit in the new year where they are expecting close to 200 youth to be able to attend and work through some of those opportunities.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yes. I'm looking at the foci for 2026. We get to the end of the report. You talk about these are the things we're going to be looking to do in 2026, and we don't see a lot there on how we can leverage, as Stephen pointed out, leverage what we can do that can get the private sector having more faith and helping us hire more people, particularly equity-deserving youth, because that's where they seem the most resistant. And I'm wondering if there is a leverage point here, if I go through the inventory, we've availed ourselves of federal programs and we've had success. We use the summer youth program in all of our A's and B's and C's, and we see them getting through a summer. They work for us and we get the wage subsidy and everyone's happy. But if you talk to some of the private sector, I was at a community table that included the executive director of the BIA and many agencies, and this is about you trying to get youth employment going in the Jane Finch corridor. This is just last week, and we went to go around the table. We got to the BIA, and someone from our social development department said, "Yeah, we haven't heard from you yet, BIA." As far as I know, no one in this BIA, and I'm not naming names, but no one in this BIA used the Canada Summer Jobs Program at all. You didn't hire any youth from this area. Why not? They seem to need, they can't just take the wage subsidy if they're going to be hiring the youth in that area, youth that may face certain challenges. They seem to need support to make it work. And I'm wondering if that's the leverage point. Is there some way that in our youth strategy, we can become a sort of conduit that says, if you'll use the program, if you'll hire some youth into the neighborhood, we'll partner you with an agency that can monitor. Maybe BGC wants to come along and help monitor the youth so that it works for you, so that we become the matchmaker between the private sector and the not-for-profits that actually do have a success with working with youth and making sure they succeed. Because in that respect, then I think we're meeting the ask we're getting from the deputants on equity deserving youth, but it also would help on the neurodivergent side. Because we can be as clear and as plain language as we want in putting them in employment. You need support. Like anybody who's ever watched an episode of Employable Me knows that you can place neurodivergent young people in a job. Someone has to monitor and track until they're successfully onboarded. You can't leave it to the private sector to onboard those people with those needs. Can we weave that into our 2026 somehow?
Through the chair, thank you for the ideas and the offerings there.
Yeah, I'm not going to move a motion. I'm praying and asking.
Yeah, no, that's actually, you raise an example of some of the work that we are already doing through our TYPE program that does just that. We have mobile intensive case management program where we're serving vulnerable youth between the ages of 16 to 29 in Toronto who are facing multiple barriers. So the opportunity to leverage and learn from programs like that and offer them up in new spaces is certainly an opportunity that we can look into as a replicating, and that's exactly what we're talking about through the report, is looking at pathways and not simply at just the jobs at the end of the day, but what does that pathway look like? One of the things that...
So when you say strengthen entry pathways, it's in there?
Yeah, I mean, but we're talking about something larger than just the entry pathway. We're talking about the continuum of that pathway. So there's the way to enter into those jobs, but there's a way to support along the way, building confidence, building skills, getting people ready for when that job is over, what happens next and how do you get to the next job. So it's about looking at it less from a programmatic program by program place, but as along a continuum and a pathway of how do we take someone who comes in from the entry side and gets them right through to a long-term possibilities and opportunities.
But it's the young client and the employer that needs a little help.
Yes.
So we can make sure that that's happening.
Yes, and one of the ways that we would do that is through the table that we have, that we recommended that we're going to be working on.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll watch and wait in 26.
Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff, this report is following the direction ECDEV, this committee, gave on February 26th. And Part B of the motion is very clear that the report coming back is to demonstrate an ability to achieve the target of up to 10,000 additional summer jobs. Can staff direct us to where exactly, specifically in this report, does it show the ability to create up to 10,000 summer jobs?
Thank you for the question through the chair. What the motion offered us to do was to take a whole of city look at youth employment. One of the things that we're particularly proud of in terms of how we do things at social development is that we co-develop and co-create with community. So that is exactly what we will be doing through the table and through the charter in order to be able to get to those targets in a meaningful way that we know at the city we can't do alone. The work that we have been able to do over the past year is set the foundation. We didn't have that inventory before. We didn't have
So that's
what
part
that
A,
looks like.
just to be on track for the question. Part B, it asks for the ability to create up to 10,000. So where in the report does it clearly outline the pathway?
The pathway will be through that table and through that charter. When we get the people around the table, we have already received really good indications from United Way to co-chair that table. We know that we are inviting organizations like TNG that spoke earlier. At the center of that table will be youth, including many representatives from our Toronto Youth Cabinet, who will be core and central voice to that work, as well as a number of others.
So I think the concern, which was shared by TNG when we asked them clearly, is the pathway visible? It was a clear no. So I understand your comments that you're going to look to do the work, but the report and the motion was clear that this report should outline that pathway.
So through the chair, that pathway can't come from the city alone. We are doing that work in collaboration with community and with youth, and we are at a point now where we are able to set up that table and initiate more of that work.
As part of the discussions at that February ECDEV meeting and following, were ideas, including from my office and others, was the idea of a wage subsidy that the city could perhaps work with, particularly nonprofit or charity groups to offer employment as it's some level of incentive, whether it's $4 or $5. Why is that or something similar not part of this report that gives concrete ideas and actions?
Through the chair. So incentives are certainly helpful in the youth employment pathway, but they are somewhat limited. One of the things that we heard from the postcard campaign and from our youth engagement was that the short term is temporary. It needs more to it. So it is certainly a tool, but it isn't the full strategy. What we're looking for, again, is to go into those pathways so that we have full supports along the way, so that at the end of that job, that there is more, that the youth are more better positioned in order to get to their next job and have received the kind of support that they need, both from confidence building and skill building to be able to get there.
In relation to the engagement work you did with the United Way TNG, what way in which has their feedback incorporated into this report from a concrete, tangible, specific way?
Through the chair, we have been having bi-weekly meetings with TNG and regular conversations with United Way, as we do on a number of our initiatives, and they are very supportive of the idea of coming to the table, as well as the charter, and those are the two main pieces that we would be starting in the new year that we're quite excited about. The heartening thing to hear is, as we were having our conversations both within our city corporation as well as within community partners, is a real commitment and interest in wanting to address youth employment, and we're very glad to be able to invite some of those organizations moving forward.
Finally, on the idea of this youth employment table and charter, it is very broad. There isn't a clear mandate for this table. How would you describe the specific mandate for this table?
The mandate of the table initially, through the chair, the mandate of the table to come together is to address youth unemployment. A number of barriers have been identified. We will be co-sharing information and strategies and opportunities and looking at those leverage opportunities, each of the strengths that we have that we bring to the table, that we can learn from one another and use together to address the issue. So when we get together, as we develop out the plans, again, the city can't do this alone. We want to be able able to co-develop and co-create that with those partners at the table and be able to develop metrics and targets that we will be able to come back and share.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I'm the last to ask questions. I want to start by some of the good elements in this report, from my view, is addressing the barriers in hiring, and I'm particularly referencing the failure of the federal government to purge data that was collected through contact between police and youth, previously known as carding. Is that an element that the table would take on to kind of accelerate? Because it really is a systemic and structural barrier, and you're not allowed to know what that interaction was, and this has gone to the Supreme Court of Canada.
So through the chair, as suggested, the race-based data collection through carding remains a challenge for a lot of youth trying to seek employment and volunteer opportunities. As part of this report, our colleagues at People in Equity have identified the need for us to coordinate as the city a better review of youth employment applications and reference checks, so the city itself can have better coordination of that and provide clear opportunities for youth who have had criminal records and other engagements, including having their information in police data sets. We hope to, as part of the table, have these conversations as well with other private sector and public sector partners to talk about how do we remove barriers for all youth, particularly youth who are facing most marginalization and have been in conflict with the law, but also, to your point, have not been in conflict with the law, but have simply had their personal information stored in a database.
Thank you. In terms of the area of responsibility, so 90% of workforce responsibilities are within the provincial government's purview, and I note that Manitoba has Manitoba Youth Job Centers for 13 to 29-year-olds where they receive free assistance in finding their first job. We've heard that the provincial government's contribution right now to solving the youth jobs crisis is close to zero. In terms of what, therefore, we have to focus on what was within our area of responsibility with the constitutional powers that we have on a property tax base. Is it accurate, taking some of the answers to other questions, that one of the very tangible and material things that the municipal government like the City of Toronto can do is the knowledge of where the greatest gaps are, the social development maps that exist, the support and tools and enabling programs that have been developed over time to close the gap for young people, particularly those who are furthest from the job market for a bunch of different reasons, including they're not going to get jobs at their parents' friends' firms, for example.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, one of the things that the inventory has been able to do is really provide us with a sense of those numbers, but also to be able to identify some of those gaps. We know that that work is not completed. That is work that is just begun. In fact, all of this is just the beginning of this work. When we come together across that table, that is where more information will be shared, more gathering will be happening, and a better understanding of how to not only what are those gaps, but how do we address them.
Thank you. And in terms of going forward, to the question from the Vice Chair, the kind of the matching between opportunity and youth is something it's very challenging to do, but I'm happy to hear that that's something that can be considered. All of the questions about the implementation of getting to yes and leveraging private enterprise, other orders of government, leveraging all of the pieces that are within the city's purview, is that going to constitute some of what the terms of reference or what the mandate of the table will be?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Absolutely. There is a number of pieces that the table will come together on, including setting those targets and objectives, identifying those gaps, understanding where those opportunities are, really bringing in the corporate sector, a number of pieces that will outline its terms of reference and its objectives and goals on an annual basis.
And by having the private sector at the table and like an organization like United Way, which has very deep private sector relationships where they support the mandate, that could be a way to identify some business champions?
Absolutely.
And can that then constitute the provincial policy ask that we make in a coordinated way to say, this is what all of the things that we can offer and that we've built out, including expertise. Now we need some funding, and we need the provincial government to take this really seriously in Ontario. Correct?
We know that in our advocacy work, the more partners we have across different sectors who are in line with sort of what we're trying to do through both the table and the charter will only help our advocacy efforts.
All right. That's a lot of questions, a lot of interest in this. It's an important issue, and now we're going to go to speakers. I see Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Malik. I will speak. I think there will be many motions. Councillor Candeville. Yeah, and I believe Councillor Shan would like to speak. So that's most of us. So we're going to go this way, the people in live, and then we'll go online to Councillor Shan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair. You are in the Speaker's chair. Do you have my motion, staff? Okay, if you could post it online. So the unemployment rate, student employment rate, youth unemployment rate was 7.1% in 2018, pre-pandemic, and now it's almost doubled to 15.2%. The city has used every lever available to it to actually try to help young people, especially marginalized youth in our communities, when it comes to Black and Indigenous and to us LGBTQ youth. But clearly what we're doing is not enough. And I know when I was a school board trustee, the Focus on Youth program really did help kids in marginalized areas like Regent Park in particular, where gun violence and crime was incredibly high. And what really saved the community back then was the Focus on Youth program. We know that it has worked. And also, too, we spoke about working in partnership with other organizations, nonprofit and others. And the school board is one of those organizations. And so the motion that I'm bringing forth here really talks about, I'm just going to pull it up on my phone here, talks about increasing the Focus on Youth program funding, which is currently at $8.1 million to $15 million to reflect the increase, the doubling youth unemployment rate across the province, and particularly in Toronto. And also to the second part of that motion was to actually also add the annual inflation rate to that as well. So really that's the gist of my motion. I know that the city, again, does all what it can, and I'll give you an example of one of the things we're working on in Toronto Centre. For example, in phases 4 and 5, in the Regent Park phases of 4 and 5, we are actually creating more skilled jobs for not only for people in general in Regent Park, but also for youth as well. And in regards to the George Street revitalization, we are working to have 30% of the employment there be part of youth skill training. So again, we are doing our parts locally at the city, and that will be reflected hopefully over time as those numbers increase, and hopefully bring the unemployment rate among youth lower as well. But again, focusing on marginalized communities, which has really been hit hard since the pandemic itself. And that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Next to speak, we've got Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I'll echo what we already heard here today and what's laid out in the report, that youth unemployment continues to be a pressing issue for so many families and young people in our city. I hear about it regularly in my community, and I think we actually have a row of former trustees who also have that experience firsthand, being in our schools and in our neighborhoods. And I know and I understand that even, for as long as we have been in some of these roles, that there have been important calls to reduce barriers. and that this report in front of us continues to prioritize the measures that keep kind of chipping away at the barriers and bringing them down. And I want to thank you, staff. I want to thank staff for the report and community members and partners, and especially young people in Toronto for your contributions. Of course, the Toronto Youth Cabinet, but so many different advocacy organizations and groups of young people who have made their voices heard through this continued work. And as is outlined, these steps aim to build a more equitable system and call for stronger collaboration across governments and sectors to advance youth employment opportunities. And I'm pleased to see that the motions being brought forward from my colleagues continue to provide that guidance and that direction for that kind of cross-government collaboration. And in my ward, I'm responding to these calls with local action alongside city staff and community partners that complement our citywide efforts. Actually, this past Friday with the city's Community Development and Social Services team and Toronto Community Housing, we hosted a youth employment consultation to better inform addressing barriers to employment for young people in my downtown communities, taking a by youth for youth approach with the Toronto Youth Cabinet facilitating that discussion alongside city staff. And the insights shared during that consultation will help shape our initiatives in 2026, which include a resource fair and, input into the Youth Activation Summit to prepare for the FIFA World Cup 2026 related sectors, such as tourism, event operations, and hospitality. And we heard from so many on Friday that continue to echo what we're hearing from young people across the city, is that there is a critical service gap for youths, particularly in that age range between 15 and 18, though we know that it extends across our kind of understanding of young people, and that it's a priority for us to address, and that young people in our city are also really excited to take on opportunities and to make sure that they are visible to them, that they are available, and that they are within reach. And I'm glad to see that our 2026 priority actions do look to address that in some real and tangible ways. We will keep working with our partners in all sectors for young people in Toronto to succeed, and I thank you again for this effort.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion in 5 parts to be shared. First is asking the federal and particularly the provincial to help meet our employment targets. 2, for the federal portion, which staff has shared, is significant, but however needs to be proportionate to our population. 3rd, to embed employment opportunities within the youth employment table, giving it a mandate and definition. 4th, to come back to ECDEV to report on progress with a first report in May 2026. Transparency and accountability obviously very key. We like to see what's working and what challenges remain. Finally, the last part asks the mayor to consider budget allocations that will allow SDFA to build the capacity to deliver on this important work. If we expect stronger outcomes, we must ensure the division has the tools and budget to create these employment opportunities. I want to thank staff for their work through the last year and their engagement with many stakeholders. I want to thank TYC, both administrations, particularly the outgoing one that did a lot of work leading into December 2024 and into this year, as well as the TNG and the United Way for their considerable contributions. Toronto's home to obviously a very large youth population. However, young people continue to face barriers and encounter limited job availability. Very sadly, in our ward and many parts of particularly the suburbs in Toronto, we're seeing our young people compete with employers offering vulnerable workers, international students, temporary foreign workers, cash jobs considerably below the minimum wage. And this is one of the biggest challenges facing youth employment. But there is some change. The certification programs being offered or considered bridge some gaps, but we need to do more to lead on this serious issue. It's no coincidence. The sociological literature is clear. Youth crime rates are at alarming levels in relation to the lack of belonging. Employment provides considerable belonging. So there's much that we can do. Our long-term prosperity depends on young people transitioning into stable, meaningful work. With coordinated leadership, intentional support, and clear targets, we can significantly strengthen pathways for young people across our city and create opportunities for them. However, as the mover of this motion, going back to December of last year, it's very challenging and difficult for me to support this, given the feedback we heard from our partners, we heard from youth, that there isn't a clear pathway to how the committee endorsed position of the creation of up to 10,000 jobs are going to be created. What we did last December is we punted it to ECDEV, and earlier this year, it was watered down, in my opinion, asking all of us, including staff, to come back this committee with a tangible, clear, concrete way towards creating up to 10,000 jobs. This is missing the mark in this report. There isn't a clear approach, resourcing, and budget to achieve this important objective. And we heard this from a number of stakeholders. The report can do with more ambition. We know and we see other cities comparable, Chicago, particularly Boston, in which the leadership across all voices spoke high, spoke loud, created the budget, $10 million, to provide over 10,000 jobs. That creativity is missing. It's required. It's incumbent on us to create that. Employment, we know, provides hope, social belonging, and the absence of youth engagement leads to downstream consequences. Though crime is down across our city, we know the stats are very clear. Youth violence, particularly youth gun violence, is on the rise markedly. We saw that perhaps sadly captured in the Javoy Roy incident, where months later, 2 teenagers were arrested. It's not one incident out of the ordinary. It is a clear example of youth violence that is on the rise in our city. The ability to provide hope and belonging is critical. So with that, my hope in leading to City Council, we find the space and money to prioritize youth employment. Thank you.
Question of the mover. Oh, you want to speak? Okay, go ahead. Okay, question of the mover.
Maybe it's the point of order, I don't know. So you mentioned that this report doesn't meet the mark, but the report also stated that, we were able to secure 16,000 jobs based on the report. And also you said that there's no solution, or there's no tangible solution to the problems that we face. But yet the motions that you brought forth are making requests 1 through 4, making requests of the federal and provincial government to actually provide funding. So how does that help alleviate the 15.2% unemployment rate that is before us today?
Okay.
Unless the other option, is perhaps raising taxes. So, you're okay with that. Just make sure you're on the record to say that.
Okay, there's a lot there. Let me try my best to unpack it. Let's work backwards, perhaps. We've had significant property tax increases these last 3 years, 24% in total. As to my last comment, my hope is that we find the budget to create this in the time leading to City Council. Number 2, I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Be critical of our approach, as well as recognizing the provincial government in particular has not stepped to the plate, and we're looking for the federal government to reform their budgetary allocation so it's proportionate to our youth population. And number 3, the 16,000 question you had, that's a reference to the existing number of youth jobs that the staff have articulated in the database.
To speak, Vice Chair Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I can support the motions, including the five-part motion. But with respect, I couldn't disagree more with the remarks. I really wish that staff had been able to finish the sentence about the inventory. That inventory has never existed before now. We've never seen how much we're actually doing. I'm sorry, but I hazard a guess that when the youth cabinet first came forward asking us to hire 10,000 people, they didn't know that we already were hiring 16. They really didn't know that. And more importantly, neither did we. This inventory tells us not only how many youth we hire, but how well we use programs whenever they are offered. That's why I'm supporting these motions. If you hand us a program to employ youth from another order of government, and it should come from another order of government because this is wealth redistribution in its most basic form. So it needs to come from income tax. So it's fine to ask other governments to do it. But what this inventory tells me, not just in the total number, but go through every A, B, C, and D. Wherever they were given a youth program to use to employ youth, they used it, and the proof is right there. Now all we need to do is get the private sector to understand that they could do the same thing and make real changes and be able to meet the requirements. Most of these businesses are businesses with boards, and boards that sit around board tables talking about ESG. You want to meet the S in ESG, hire some youth. And yes, it takes work to do it. And so we can be the matchmaker. That's why, to me, I'm not going to criticize this report because the first and most important job is done here. And I now have a tool when I'm talking about this. I've got a tool in my hand in this inventory and the set of actions to be taken in 26 that are in the budget and can be done. I've got a tool when I'm talking to the private sector. So I prefer to say, great job, staff. I now know what you're doing because there are a lot of people working on this and they do amazing work. Sitting around that community table, I watch someone who's been working in that neighborhood for a long time on all of the restorative justice and alternative justice and working with kids whose families are in the justice system and so they're left floating around. That's a kid that's hard to employ. And we have people in social development out in that neighborhood funding and supporting towards peace ways of making those kids get their way to employment. We do this very well. So I prefer to say, great job. Is there this one more thing you can do? What I heard at that table, could we add that? What I heard is yes. I heard yes, we can. It actually is embedded in our wording, and I'm really glad because that is what's going to happen in 26. Can we do more? Well, that's up to those orders of government that are sitting on those piles of income tax, and if they want to put some of it towards youth employment, the best way they could see it realize jobs is to let the city be the conduit that helps it to realize youth jobs. That's what this report says to me. I'm happy to support the report, happy to support the motions because they're asked of those orders of government, get on board and let us help you employ youth. So they're great motions, but I don't think we need to take a strip out of the report and never to do it in order to do so. And lastly, Madam Chair, if I may, this all started with a member motion. Member motions are great, but just because you move a motion and it gets adopted in council does not mean that these people are now contractually bound to do every single thing. Because until they have the budget to do every single thing in the motion, that's what we call a new and enhanced service. And this year, not one new and enhanced service. All your motions you've been moving all year, none of them are covered until we decide to do it in the budget. And that's going to mean us deciding what level we want to tax. That's what's happening with all your motions. They're doing the things in the motions they can afford to do within, and all the rest are new and enhanced, and you'll have to decide how much you want to send the bill on to the residents in order to do the new and enhanced. Thank you so much for this report.
Thank you. Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to start off by thanking the staff, both for putting the report together, but also in the past, I've had the opportunity to work with the staff who work on youth employment within the City of Toronto, both in my former role developing the Youth Fellowship Program, which has employed a number of young people, but also in my previous role at City Council. So thank you to all the staff. And I think this inventory is very helpful to show the kind of spectrum of work that we are doing, how different departments are engaged, and also shows which departments are actually not engaged in youth employment, because not everybody is captured here. So it might be giving us a sense of who else from the city we can engage to bring on to youth employment related work. The other thing is it also shows the diversity of options, like the artwork GEO program is amazing, and maybe we can do more of that. So it also shows some of the places where we could easily double. If it's 10 positions, we could double it to 20. We may not be able to double the Parks and Recreation's 10,000 spots, but we may be able to double a program that is a good program, but the number of individuals we are helping is small. I do think, though, having said all that, having said that inventory is a great start, I do think that we need to be able to, for a city our size, we need to be able to commit to more understanding of this inventory. How many of these positions are self-sustained position because they are working for a break-even profitable structure, maybe break-even, maybe subsidized. We know Toronto Zoo hires people. We know we city gives some funds to Toronto Zoo. We know CNE is supported as well. But I want to make sure that we are able to differentiate the type of positions and how we hire them as well. We also need to start collecting more disaggregated data to show, everybody who spoke said these are jobs that are helping most, youth who have multiple barriers. So what is our data to show? Because the barriers change, the geographical implication of people getting access to jobs change. So I think we should probably have at least the postal codes of the applicants to be able to figure out who are applying for these jobs, who are staying on these jobs, what types of jobs are predominantly racialized, what types of jobs, youth jobs, are not racialized. And we know that. We have seen that anecdotally. So I think if we don't have that data, that'll be hard for us to continue to assume that what we are doing is enough. The next thing I would say is the horizontal and vertical movement from young people who enter these workforces. When we have 10,000 people entering city work environment as a city employee through Parks and Rec, would like to know how many of them move upward, how many of them move to other opportunities, how many of them are supported to do that, and what wraparound support is available. Maybe that might need a partnership with a local community organization to do. Maybe there are some gaps that Parks and Rec might not be able to do, and we need some other way to do it. So I think those are important consideration to have, because many of these jobs that we've created in the 16,000 have existed before. It's not a lot of new ones. There are a few new ones. There are significant new ones, but most of them have existed as well. I do think that the last part I would say is that we need other levels of government. I'll support any motion that asks other levels of government to do. But finally, I want to say we have to look at the magnitude of the problem if we are to celebrate progress. I was a youth worker in Melbourne 25 years ago, and many same issues continue to remain because we do these things, we are good, and the City of Toronto staff do well on those things, but we know the scale is not enough. We know that the scale hardly makes a big scale impact that can tip the chronic poverty and the cycle of poverty and cycle of violence and cycle of marginalization. So what are we doing to scale it up? Whether we do it ourselves, whether we incentivize, whether we advocate. So that is the plan that might be helpful to say, what is our scale going to be and how do we lead in that work? Because the celebration of the progress has to be in the context of magnitude of the problem. And the magnitude of the problem is pretty high. And we should be pleased that we are making progress. But I do think that there is a realization that this is going to take a lot more ambitious agenda to address. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will be the last to speak. I have a motion. And while it is displayed, here we go. It's to request that the Deputy City Manager for Community Development and Social Services and Deputy City Manager, Development and Growth Services, in consultation with the Chief Procurement Officer, continue to advance the development of aligned construction workforce and equity targets with a specific focus on youth access to construction career pathways on new Toronto builds projects where applicable, consistent with the community benefits best practices. And request further that the ED of Social Development share this work with the Inclusive Economic Development Working Table, which I chair. I think that it's clear that we all agree that the way to deal with the crisis, or one of the tools that we have as a society to deal with the crisis facing youth today, is to create pathways for employment. This motion really addresses the areas of jurisdiction that we have, the projects that we initiate to go further and deeper to ensure that there are more construction hours to apprentices and pre-apprentices, particularly those youth who are systemically excluded, and that is largely going to be youth who are racialized, Black youth, Indigenous youth, and that's a strategy that we know works. The Toronto Community Benefits Network has submitted a letter requesting something similar, and as an expert in connecting youth all across this city from a very grassroots perspective, all the way into a career pathway, gratified to see that. We want to make sure that we're leveraging every opportunity, particularly on things that we can control, where we can have more agency. There's also a letter of support for the report and for this particular motion from Councillor Myers, who is an original seconder of that member motion, and he's been paying attention to this as we go. And, you know, I want to thank my colleagues for the motions that they've brought forward. I think they're important. It clearly signals that there's an ecosystem that is required to be working in favor of youth employment opportunities if we're to succeed. I want to go back to the responsibility for workforce planning is really with the provincial government. The provincial government is responsible for apprenticeships, for training. It has Employment Ontario offices. It spends billions of dollars in this area. Right now, there is no provincial youth strategy for employment in Ontario that is workable or that is really meeting the urgency of the moment. Many of the youth that we're thinking of right now, it's not pocket money that they're looking for. They're funding their own educations, and for many youth, including many young people in my community who I've seen grow up, they've always worked to enhance the family income because their families depend on that work. So we absolutely agree. The question here around other cities and what that's possible, that some of the data cited from New York City and Boston, I think is misleading. That it was always done in partnership with the private sector and with regional and national governments, because that's the only way that we can achieve these goals. And the creation of a table from which I hope champions will emerge that are credible in business, private enterprise, with a powerful voice to our provincial and federal partners. If the funding comes from the tax base that really can make massive investments in social services and social and economic development, the city is ready. To echo the vice chair, we did not have this inventory before. It was absolutely crucial. We need data. We don't have the data to track the outcomes. And now we're setting up those systems. The focus on the need to purge the carding data wherever it doesn't threaten public safety is absolutely crucial for this thing to work. Metrolinx was committed to a framework, for example, with the Community Benefits Network, and there were people that were hired that as a security guard and let go after because of they never know what they did, but it was because of their previous interactions. It requires that we work collectively, and so I want to thank staff for moving this very quickly. I think that there's so much capacity within social development with the recognition of who we need to support the most, and we have important, credible division of Toronto Employment Services. we are leaders in this area, and I want to thank you for bringing this to us in this way. Clearly, there's more to do, but collectively, I think we are asking you to press further and harder, and let's focus on where we have the jurisdiction and the power and the levers, and then take our advocacy up. Thank you. So on the first motion is by, we're just going to take a, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. Make it 3 minutes. All right, that brief interlude. All right, that brief recess is finished, and now we're going to ask Councillor Moise to reintroduce his motion with one word change, I believe.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. I've removed doubling to the word growth. So it should read that City Council requests the provincial government to increase the focus on youth programming funding to $15 million in school boards across Ontario to reflect the growth of youth unemployment levels since pre-pandemic times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. The second motion is by Councillor Candeville. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That also carries. And finally, my motion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. Item as a, no, that's
recorded. Recorded.
You would have had to request recorded before. On which part?
On the main motion.
There was no recommendations. So it's not item as amended.
It's not a.
Yeah.
So there's no ability.
There's no recorded vote. No.
On receipt items?
No, you would have had to do the individual motions.
Oh, no, it's not
Okay.
individual
Okay.
motions.
Okay. So, in any case, there was nobody in opposition. So, after that, we are going to our next, also median significant item, which is EC 25.9, shelter pressures and access initiatives updates, and we have presentation for that. Welcome to committee. Joseph, you still have to introduce yourself like everyone else.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Thank you for having us today. My name is Joseph Stalteri. I'm the Director of Service System Planning and Integrity with Toronto Shelter and Support Services. I'm here with Vera Dodic, also from Toronto Shelter and Support Services. Vera is the Director of Refugee Response. In our presentation this afternoon, we'll provide an update on shelter system pressures, access initiatives, and equity-focused actions undertaken by Toronto Shelter and Support Services. And these updates respond to Council directions and outline key operational and policy changes that have been advanced since March of this year. In March 2025, City Council adopted item CC 28.2, directing TSSS to implement measures to address system pressures, to improve access and equity, and to strengthen transparency and accountability. Later in July, Economic and Community Development Committee adopted EC 22.12, asking TSSS to explore partnerships with hospitals and healthcare providers. Today's report responds to both directives and provides a status update on all actions requested by Council. TSSS has made important strides in advancing key operational and policy changes to address system pressures. These include establishing an emergency family shelter support program to ensure families with children are not left unsheltered during peak demand. Also includes strengthening partnerships with the healthcare sector and with providers, expanding equity initiatives and training, and improving research and data sharing partnerships to inform best practices and support system planning. We're bringing this report forward to highlight some new measures that we are taking to continue to address some of these pressures and strengthen our processes to guide future decisions. This includes building a dedicated refugee service system and developing a structured process, the Access to Shelter framework, to guide possible future eligibility decisions. Toronto operates Canada's largest municipal shelter system, serving diverse populations. Despite recent improvements and enhancements, demand continues to exceed capacity. In Ontario more broadly, a report from earlier in 2025 by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario indicated there are more than 80,000 people experiencing homelessness in Ontario. As of October of this year, in Toronto, about 8,650 people were sheltered nightly, including roughly 3,500 refugee claimants. While unmatched callers and families on placement lists have decreased, unmet demand persists. These pressures are driven by housing affordability challenges, inadequate income supports, and ongoing refugee arrivals. The growing affordability gap is a key driver of homelessness. Over the past decade, average market rent for a bachelor unit has increased by 62%, while Ontario Works shelter allowance rates have increased only 4%. The gap between OW shelter benefits and rent has more than doubled, from $523 in 2014 to $1,066 in 2024. There are also pressures on tenants that impact homelessness. 40% of renter households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. Renters face even greater costs when searching for a new home. In 2024, the average market rent for vacant purpose-built rental units was $512 higher per month compared to rents paid by existing tenants in occupied units. On top of affordability pressures, many renters struggle to navigate the landlord and tenant board process due to limited system knowledge, financial resources, and access to legal supports. And consistent with previous assessments, the 2024 Street Needs Assessment results, after surveying people experiencing homelessness, which were reported to this committee in June of this year, the most frequently identified reason for housing loss was not enough income, reported by 41% of respondents. In March of 2025, Council provided 24 directives in CC 28.2. Nearly all directives are complete or underway, and this demonstrates follow-through and accountability to Council. 15 recommendations are completed, And some examples of those include convening a refugee roundtable, completing trainings on human rights and anti-Black racism analysis. 4 of those 24 will be considered complete upon approval of the report, and that includes the Access to Shelter Framework and a refugee engagement strategy. And 5 of those 24 are in progress or ongoing, such as renewing the Access TO public education campaign and the ongoing tracking of housing outcomes. In response to Council direction, TSSS developed a framework that provides a structured guide for analyzing and implementing proposed changes to eligibility if there is need in the future. It ensures decisions are aligned with human rights, equity principles, and the Toronto Housing Charter, including the principles of right to housing, non-discrimination and inclusion, equity and accessibility, participation and accountability, and housing as a human right. It also outlines important stakeholders to consult with as part of the decision-making and implementation process on any potential future eligibility changes. And this includes the Human Rights Office, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, Toronto's Newcomer Office, the Ombudsman's Office, Indigenous Service Delivery Partners, and other stakeholders as appropriate. This process will support TSSS and the City to respond to complex issues and circumstances with consistency, transparency, and accountability.
Good afternoon, everyone. This slide shows important statistics related to the increase in arrivals of refugee claimants in 2023 and 2024, which resulted in significantly increased refugee shelter occupancy across the shelter system. The number of claimants increased tenfold between 2021, when it was 500, to August of 2024, when at its height it was 6,490. At the time, the refugee occupancy was 60% of the shelter system. And that is what the chart on the right, on the left-hand side shows. On the right-hand side, the chart shows the average number of nights refugee claimants spent in the shelter system before moving to housing. And again, here you can see the growth. This next slide speaks about the occupancy, the current occupancy, and about the measures that we are going to be introducing shortly. In late 24 and early 25, we have started seeing slowdown in arrivals and a lower shelter demand from this client group. This allowed for a transition from temporary emergency measures to more sustainable and more cost-effective shelter solutions. This included establishment of 9 new programs with a total of 230 beds, many for specialized refugee groups like unaccompanied minors and youth, or Francophone refugee claimants of African descent. Our other efforts in 25 also included diversion to the Peel Reception Center, where we referred 400 refugee clients, and diversion to IRCC hotels, where 323 refugee claimants were transferred. We also implemented enhanced outreach and information sessions. Through these measures, from 5,400 in January of 25, we were able to reduce the refugee client numbers by 2,000, or to 3,400 refugee claimants across the shelter system. But the level of chronicity in this client group continues to be persistent, and chronicity is defined as the number of clients staying in the shelter system longer than 6 months. Currently, more than 80% of our refugee clients have been in the system for longer than 6 months, and the average length of stay is more than 18 months, compared to less than 6 months in 22. We have identified a number of operational measures in order to continue to stabilize the system, to further reduce the number of refugee claimants in the shelters, to support a transition towards a dedicated, sustainable, and resilient refugee system, and to address the financial pressures related to the federal interim housing assistance program. This slide shows what these operational measures are. First of all, as far as the length of stay, as I mentioned, in 22, the average length of stay was under 6 months, and in 25, this timeline increased to over 18 months. This is a result of many factors, including the size of the shelter population, lack of affordable housing options in Toronto, capacity to support client exits, and many others. Toronto shelter standards do not have a prescribed limit to the length of time a client can stay in our system. But standards prescribe case management requirements, including a benchmark of 90 days, which is used as a guideline to initiate a reassessment of a client's service plan. Moving forward, a length of stay of up to 6 months with the possibility of extension is going to be introduced. With the measures we are already implementing, along with the other measures noted on this slide, we expect that the majority of refugee clients will be able to meet this timeline. The next operational measure relates to refugee applications. Being formally a refugee claimant has significant implications. It includes being able to secure a work permit, being able to receive Ontario Works, being able to access interim federal health. And also, as of this year, being able to access the Peel Reception Center, or being able to access other shelters across Ontario that are funded through the IHUB funding stream. But it is not uncommon that refugee clients delay submitting their refugee applications. Moving forward, refugee clients will be encouraged to file a claim within 2 months of entering the shelter system. We will provide information to clients about the implications of delaying that submission, and we will be referring clients to supports in order to make these applications. The next operational measure is related to enhanced case management. Earlier this spring, the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada issued a case management toolkit that is specific to refugee claimants in temporary accommodations. The toolkit ensures that claimants are well informed, that they understand their role, that they understand the purpose of the emergency shelter, and that they have the information necessary in order to exit the system. The toolkit also provides guidance to case managers, and it supports their ability to manage the cases effectively and efficiently. We will adjust the toolkit to Toronto's context, and we will implement it as a required case management tool. The next operational measure is enhanced outreach and information sessions. We have been implementing these enhanced sessions since the spring, and to a large extent, the 2,000 exits from the system are related to that. Access to base shelters will continue to be an option for refugee clients through central intake, but we will be working to encourage them to move to refugee programs that have been established to meet their specific needs. These operational measures have been discussed with our community partners and many other internal stakeholders, and are supported by all of these stakeholders.
One of the initiatives I mentioned earlier was the Emergency Family Shelter Support Program. This program provides temporary financial support through a partnership between Toronto Employment and Social Services and Toronto Shelter and Support Services to enable families to secure short-term accommodations when shelters are full. This ensures no family or child is left unsheltered while waiting for availability in the family shelter system or until they secure housing. We are seeking authority through this report to continue operating and refining the program as needed. Toronto Shelter and Support Services is also expanding integrated health services through strong partnerships with health providers and hospitals. We work closely with Ontario Health Toronto, Inner City Health Associates, hospitals, and community organizations to deliver primary care, mental health, and harm reduction supports across multiple settings. Some examples of these partnerships include Dunn House, which has an on-site medical and mental health supports in collaboration with UHN, Fred Victor, United Way Greater Toronto. We also operate the Infirmary Program, which is medically supported beds for recovery and post-hospital discharge in partnership with St. Mike's. And the Annex Program, which has enhanced stabilization supports with hospital and health teams. We're also engaging with Humber River Health to strengthen our partnership and reduce hospital readmissions for people transitioning between hospitals and shelters. And lastly, our report speaks to some of our partnership work with community agencies, researchers, and other orders of government to generate data and research that improves programs and outcomes. And through this report, we're seeking authority to enter into research and data sharing agreements and provide letters of support for academic grant proposals. This will help strengthen planning across multiple sectors, including shelter, housing, and health. Thank you for your time. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. And next we'll go to speakers. We have a list here starting with Leslie Gash from Toronto Shelter Network. Welcome to committee, Leslie. You have 5 minutes.
Is this working? Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Leslie Gash, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Shelter Network. TSN connects and supports Toronto's homelessness service providers and also prioritizes working alongside people with lived experience of homelessness, ensuring their voices, insights, and needs shape how services are designed and delivered. Together, we support emergency shelters, respites, and women's 24-hour drop-ins across Toronto to more effectively meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness. Today, I'm here to support the Access to Shelter framework and speak on what we have learned from the catastrophic events of recent years, the COVID-19 pandemic, the surge of refugee claimants in our shelter system, and the intense system pressures that followed. These were unprecedented moments that exposed how vulnerable our shelter system can become when demand changes quickly and when we don't have clear, proactive structures in place to guide decision-making. This framework represents the forward-looking, accountable approach we need. It lays out a clear process for research, consultation, analysis, alignment, human rights review, and accountability. It requires engagement with the Human Rights Office, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, the Toronto Newcomer Office, and other key divisions and stakeholders. These mechanisms help ensure that if the city ever needs to consider changes to shelter eligibility again, whether due to capacity pressures, operational needs, or new emerging crises, those decisions will be transparent, consistent, and grounded in fairness. This is an opportunity to look ahead and plan for any future surges. We know the pressures on the shelter system remain significant. Even though demand has decreased from last year, thousands of people still rely on shelter each night. In a sector this strained, it is essential that we have the ability to think ahead and manage risk in a responsible and equitable way. TSN also supports the operational resources and essential services, including case management, for a financially sustainable, dedicated refugee response system. It is imperative that the city continue to push the federal government to take responsibility for refugee claimants with appropriate IHAP funding, the establishment of realistic targets for lengths of stay, and timely refugee applications to ensure refugee claimants' ability to secure a work permit, have access to social assistance, receive interim federal health, and achieve success. We also want to express strong support for the continued implementation and administration of the Emergency Shelter Support Program. This program was created in direct response to a surge in the number of families urgently needing shelter. It became an essential tool when the system was overwhelmed and could no longer meet the demand for family shelter beds. With the sector constantly changing, it is crucial that we maintain this program, not only because families continue to rely on it today, but also because we must be prepared if another surge occurs in the future. We continue to see unprecedented pressures on the family shelter system. Rising living costs, the housing crisis, and families struggling to keep up with rent are all contributing to higher levels of housing instability. Wait time for subsidized housing can take years, and the wait for family shelter itself can be extremely long. The system is stretched, and capacity simply does not match the need. The EFSS program fills a critical gap until HSIS provides more shelters and more affordable housing is built. Through this program, families receive short-term financial benefits until they are able to secure housing on their own, whether through housing help centers, external supports, or until they are eventually moved into a family shelter. The program is also built responsibly. When demand is lower, fewer families are enrolled and the benefit is simply not issued. But having the program in place ensures the city can quickly activate and scale it during times of heightened need. This flexibility is essential to maintaining stability in the system and ensuring no children or families are left unsheltered. In addition, families are supported through weekly follow-ups from Central Intake and Toronto Employment and Social Services. They are required to actively work toward resolving their housing emergency by accessing available supports and benefits. This approach maintains accountability and program integrity while keeping families connected to the services they need. Given the ongoing pressures in the sector and the very real possibility of future surges, it is vital that the EFSS program remains available, responsive, and scalable. It is a crucial safeguard for families experiencing homelessness in our city. And finally, TSN also supports strengthening health partnerships and research and data sharing for best practices, supporting new initiatives, and strengthening decision-making. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming to committee.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Anne Wilger from Matthew House Refugee Services. Welcome to committee, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Anne Wilger, and I am the founder of Matthew House Toronto, which is a shelter for a group of homes actually now for newly arrived refugee claimants. And I've actually been working with refugee claimants since 1988, full-time in the city. And I must say, I was thinking about time frames. When I started, they were staying 2 and 3 weeks in the shelters and moving out because housing was so easy to find. I want to begin by saying that I applaud the dedicated refugee services stream. I think it's and the strengthening of case management for refugee claimants. As I mentioned, having worked nearly 40 years in this sector, I'm very aware of the historical shortcomings of shelter and support for refugee claimants. In fact, it was due to the lack of adequate shelter and support for refugee claimants that I founded Matthew House back in 1998. And while the new plan looks great, as one who's been involved in this sector for so many years, my chief concern is a long-term sustainability of the refugee claimant shelter stream. And this is not the fault of the city at all, as we know. And so my comments are very big picture type of comments. I think it's wonderful that the IHAP is funding the system for until the end of 2027. But my concern is what will happen after this date. And I fear that once again, refugee claimants may become scapegoats and pawns between federal and local jurisdictions, which is never a very pleasant thing. The argument over who is legally responsible for their shelter and support has been a long battle going on for decades between jurisdictions. It's like ping pong, and it's painful to watch as an advocate of refugee claimants. And I believe that there needs to be a final solution or an agreement established between all jurisdictions regarding their roles and responsibilities. We need to establish some kind of a long-term plan. And I'm aware that the city has, in the last few years, passed motions or recommendations that the federal government work together in terms of long-term plans for refugee claimant shelter, which is wonderful. But from my understanding, I don't think it's really come to pass. And so today I am coming with the offer, I guess is the word, to invite the city to join a national NGO-led roundtable that would be advocating for such the establishment of such a roundtable that would work together with all jurisdictions nationally. I didn't mention at the beginning, but I am quite involved with the Canadian Council for Refugees nationally, and the CCR has recently launched something called an Asylum with Dignity campaign, calling upon the federal government and jurisdictions to form a national plan, long-term plan. And now we are proposing the formation of a national roundtable. So one of my just questions for the city is, would the city support the establishment of such a roundtable and join us in such a measure? So that's one of my points. My second point is just very operational, but it relates to the importance of expertise in claimant processing. And I just want to make sure that as the city expands their services to refugee claimants through the different systems, that there will be a mechanism in place to ensure that refugee claimants in shelters, in the new shelters, are referred to service-providing organizations who have the appropriate training and expertise in refugee application processes and hearing preparation issues, because too often I've seen the negative effects of that not being in place and them not having the support they need. So I just want to ensure that there be some kind of mechanism in place to ensure they get that support. So those are my two big picture comments, or one big picture and one small, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your advocacy to the federal government. The next speaker is
Sorry,
Eddie Jumba.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor, I didn't see you. Please go ahead. Question of the deputant.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I quite resonated with the point when you said it was hurtful to see the ping pong or jurisdictional battles around refugees. As somebody who came as a refugee myself to this country, I wanted to ask you about this national table, and you said the city can play a role of support. Can you elaborate a little bit on what role do you think the city can play, or are you looking for participation or like some sort of an advocacy around that?
Yeah, it's just forming right now, but I think historically there's been a challenge getting the different jurisdictions together, supporting the one cause, and often fingers are pointed at each other. And so this roundtable would be led by the NGO sector, but would try and call the different jurisdictions, the federal, provincial, and municipal levels together, and to try and really just get all parties talking and not pointing fingers, trying to come up with some long-term resolution on who is responsible for what, and have the parties agree on it, because we can see all parties, federal government doesn't like to be bashed, local governments don't like to be bashed. We need to just agree on it. There are legislations. Refugees do have the right to housing. And so we're in the process of working on it. And I'm saying that wearing an NGO hat, but also from a national coalition mandate. And so we invite, the city to take part. I know of groups across the country, from Vancouver to Halifax at least, that are happy to be part of this and to have Toronto's stamp of approval and input would be very helpful.
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So has your organizations or the collaborations of the NGOs coming together have ever shared any guiding principles or things that jurisdictions can use when they are negotiating these things? Because obviously there's always going to be discussions about who funds what and so on. But that needs to be done in a compassionate, respectful, and dignified manner. Has there been any kind of resources that are developed that could be shared with jurisdictions?
Yeah, well, if you go to the Canadian Council for Refugees has a website, and on their website there's a section, it's called campaigns, and there's one called the Asylum with Dignity campaign. And that campaign kind of outlines the principles that kind of some of the things I'm suggesting. And I think a lot of it is based on, well-informed facts. There have been studies done, certainly there's been studies about shelters across Canada, that often NGOs can be very effective in servicing refugee claimants, and how sometimes the expertise of some of the NGOs is overlooked and governments kind of go for big, large solutions when they're actually in front of them. And so it's an attempt to try and get all parties collaborating together so that refugee claimants can be serviced in the most economic and economically effective way, as well as with the best outcomes. And I think this shows that, and one would hope that logic might prevail in some of this, but it will take work. I definitely, over the years, have been quite involved in advocacy at various governmental levels, particularly the federal level, and it would continue. But if we had there is interest, I believe, on the part of I don't want to speak for the governments, but I think there is an openness to such a thing. But somebody has to move forward, and we're concluding that perhaps an NGO-led type of entity might be the most effective way, because then one jurisdiction can't feel like the other one is forcing them to the table. It's just a matter of the way the world works sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly ask, you mentioned that other cities, you've approached other cities for a table that doesn't yet exist, but that you're proposing an NGO would convene that would invite all orders of government to work collaboratively using a series of principles that have been identified by Canadian Council for Refugees. That's all great. Are there any other cities that are on board?
Actually, at this moment, it's NGOs that I've been collaborating with.
Yeah.
Toronto is the first one that has directly been approached.
But you would imagine that there would be multiple cities?
They would be all invited. It's just in its infancy stage. It was sort of birthed a few weeks ago at a CCR consultation in Manitoba. And since I'm here today, I thought I would bring forth the invitation.
And the advantage is Manitoba as a province is leading, and it's Manitoba. The provincial government is at the table, unlike
yes, they are a wonderful example to watch. Manitoba. We had actually the Minister of Immigration for Manitoba at the consultation. It was
so at the highest level in Manitoba, you have the provincial government at the table, which is one of the things that we want to incent here. And then the question of other municipalities. I know that you know this, but one factor for Toronto would be. For example, we share the Peel Reception Center is intended to serve multiple municipalities. We have kind of a continuous region here with, yes, a higher concentration of people arriving in Toronto, but we do need to have the kind of the bigger picture, regional and even provincial perspective in terms of settlement, correct? Is that right?
Exactly. There would be a lot of things to be worked out.
Okay.
But I think there is a sense and an understanding and a recognition that if we all work collaboratively, we can work out. There already are, in Ontario, for instance, there's an Ontario coalition of refugee houses across, you know, but to work it out on a national, and there are, through the CCR, there's a national, but connecting all the dots, I know there are the different jurisdictions, and getting all that together will take time, but I'm flagging it now since this seems like an opportune moment.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? No, the last deputant, oh, sorry, the next deputant is Eddie Jumba. Is he here? Online, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please, you have your 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Eddie, Reverend Eddie Jumba, and in this capacity, I'm here on behalf of the African Canadian Collective, which is a group of over 25 organizations that came together as a response, more of a reaction to the refugee crisis that we, in some form, managed or assisted to reduce the number of people that were sleeping on the streets. And our mandate is to advance the rights and the dignity and the well-being of refugees, specifically African refugees in our context, through collective action, advocacy, and collaboration. And our hope is to work and drive systemic change and build sustainable support. The reason that I am here specifically is to, first of all, express my gratitude to this committee and the council, because we know that the report that Ms. Vera and Mr. Joseph just shared is a response to a directive that council gave Toronto Shelter and Support Services. So I am appreciative of that. Not that they needed that directive, but I guess the process is they don't have the authority to do some of these things they would like to do without those directives. So I want to thank them, this committee here and the councillors who are attentive to these things. In July this year, so that's about 4 or 5 months ago, we have permission to share this name. A gentleman named Cyrus, refugee claimant from Africa, who at the time lived in a shelter at 5800 Young Street, was relocated to Peel Reception Center. There was reasons, I think, behind the relocation, nothing bad about that. So he started living there, and he was told that he has 90 days to take the program, which he tried to abide with. At that time, he was also attending school at Yorkdale, trying to better himself so that he settles well. When the 90-day mark came, he wasn't done school, but also he didn't have a place to go, except the option they gave him was to go to Hamilton. So he called me, and he was in so much distress, and he didn't have a place. We called Central Intake. There was no place for him to go. And he told me, Pastor, I am going to start walking to 129 Peter Street. He said, I know people used to do that, but I don't think I would really recommend that. He said, I cannot go to Hamilton. So why am I sharing? I'm sharing this case study. I want to advocate and to add my voice and even some lived experience to the operational changes that the Toronto Shelter and Support Services is advocating for, specifically the 6 month duration and a little bit more time depending on case by case. When a person who is living in a shelter is assisted so that they don't come back to the shelter, I think we all benefit. I really think we all benefit when we reduce the chances of the person coming back to a shelter. I think there's a word for that, the rate at which people return to a shelter once they have been discharged. I think any effort that goes into reducing that possibility, that effort ultimately benefits all of us. whether you think economics or even just dignity, I think it is beneficial. So that's just one thing I wanted to highlight from the report, that whether the federal government funds it or not, I want to highlight that it is very important what the GSSS is proposing to make sure that the system includes allowing people to live in the shelter for 6 months, hopefully less, but if the circumstances demand for them to stay there for 6 months, let them stay there with high-level case management so that by the time they have to exit, there is a very sustainable exit plan that would prevent the chances or reduce or even eliminate the chances of them returning back to the shelter. And I wanted to, was also looking at the time, I wanted to only highlight that out of this good report that that TEES have presented here today. And I thank you all.
Thank you so much, and right on time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much, Pastor Eddie, for coming to committee. The next speaker is Nicole Corrado, online. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, this is about shelters, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so 2 things. One, the shelters need to be made both physically accessible, and they also need to be made sensory accessible, because for our neurodivergent people,
Sorry,
which
I'm
a lot of
pausing your
people
time.
are.
This report has 3 elements. None of what you're citing is within the report. We're gonna just, ask you to please speak to the report as we have items remaining on the agenda, please. Thank you. If you're not clear on what the report is, then
It needs to be sensory accessible. There needs to be allowance of pets, because a lot of people won't go into a shelter if they can't bring their animals, and it needs to be physically accessible. And there also needs to be
Point of order, that is not
toward
part of the agenda right now, so you've had an opportunity to speak throughout the day, and we have a lot to get through,
Right.
so can clerk
All
please
right,
cut her off?
okay, I'll just say I support more shelters. I think more shelters are essential.
thank you very much. We agree. And on that, questions of staff. I do have a couple of questions. Just to be very clear, this report, as I understand it, consolidates the work of 3 different reports that are across the Toronto Shelter Division's area of work, and that what you're providing today are updates, are mostly are an update and a summary of work that's underway. But it's here because of the importance of the our shelter response, given the pressures that we're experiencing in the City of Toronto. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Great. In terms of the item on the housing charter and being compliant with the housing charter, is it still accurate that we don't have a test for what violation of the housing charter means, so that this is, you're kind of in principle committing to something, but there isn't an accompanying, there's never been any kind of document that says either the way, this is what it looks like to violate the housing charter?
To you, Chair, that is correct. We've done our best with this report in consulting with experts through the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, through Maitri, and a series of capacity building we've done not only with our staff but divisional staff from across the city, and that work continues.
So just as in 2022, 2023, and even now, that's a piece of work, but that's not for the Toronto Shelter Division to do, to define, what the housing charter tests are. Thank you. In 2019, there was a report that was brought forward. It was very much done in consultation with the sector, and it was cross-divisional, I believe, with social development around a refugee-serving response. Does the work of that report was not advanced. However, is what's before us today in response to the motions that were adopted by council following the Ombudsman's report and the direction that you were provided, is that the continuity with the spirit of that 2019 report here?
Yes, Chair, I think the work here today is in alignment with that work that happened in 2019.
Great. In terms of the use for the principles in the framework, I think we heard from the Deputant Leslie Gash from the Toronto Shelter Network that it's important for getting ready for moments of surge where need grows acutely, and secondly, that it provides transparency to the public, to our partners, delivering services to unhoused populations, and also and the people most impacted themselves. Is that the spirit in which these framework principles are coming forward?
You're right, Chair, that's right.
Okay, thank you. And then on the question of the national NGO table, it seems to me that it's important to have a place where a civil society convener can bring partners to the table and not initiated by one particular order of government, so that there can be conversations that are not blamey, and not necessarily led or held by the City of Toronto. If there's a municipal role is there a willingness from the Shelter Division to attend a table like that?
Yeah, Chair, we'd be happy to participate in a venue as was described by the Deputant, and continue to be looking for innovative ways to create a long-term course with respect to being able to manage future surges of arrivals, which we think will continue to happen.
And in terms of deep, consultation and even co-creation for what's coming before us, can you confirm that there's been participation and checking in with Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, Housing Rights Advisory Committee, partners within delivering the base shelter system work, and partners that are delivering refugee-specific shelter in the city?
Yes, Chair, I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an enormous amount of work, and I want to congratulate you for that. Next question, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. If you don't have an answer for this question, that's fine too. So in regards to the SCS closures, supervised construction site closures, have you seen an increase in shelter services uptake? I know that in your report you mentioned a few places, I don't have the names in front of me right now, that's recently been opened with wraparound services. Do you see, as a result of the SCS closures, more people accessing those resources?
So to you, Chair, the services that I think were described in the presentation are focused on serving refugee claimants specifically in a number of areas. We've seen demand for shelter services start to come down for the first time in quite a while, although demand is still greater than the supply of shelter beds each night that we have to offer. What we've seen with the closure of the SCS programs is, as you know, through tables we sit at together, more street involvement of individuals, open drug use in the public. Our outreach teams are very focused to support pockets of the city that we're seeing that happen. And we continue to try and dedicate some of the shelter resources we do have and available beds to individuals that we find at encampments and in these public settings.
And one final question, again, if you don't have the answer for this, that's okay too. Have you seen an uptake in hospital referrals to shelter services?
To you, Chair, I don't know if it's been an increase. This is a consistent piece of work that we are engaged in, working with a variety of different hospitals around the city to better support people that are leaving admission and support them as they come into the community. I can't tell you offhand whether that demand has increased or subsided, but certainly it's an important area that we need to be working on in terms of making those transitions as seamless as possible.
Okay. And again, I know your team is really on top of this, but it goes back to some of the funding issues that we have. Do you feel that you have the proper resources needed going forward to achieve the goals that we've set out to you by council?
So to you, Chair, I mean, we're about to embark on the launch of the 2026 budget in January, and you know, I think that we've put a budget together that supports the needs of our division and the changing needs of folks experiencing homelessness. What's important at the end of the day is consistent funding from other levels of government. And so using this refugee file as an example, you know, we want to continue to see sustained funding with respect to the services that we provide. And that's the same for the provincial government as well.
Good, thank you.
Questions, Vice Chair Carroll?
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask questions, but just quickly, in terms of refugee claimants, the length of stay becoming longer and longer, we don't have a breakdown of whether or not that's people coming in single or people with children under 18. But I'm assuming that probably a lot of times it is a family situation. And I'm wondering if you could comment, I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm wondering if you could comment, because we get this question from federal MPs. Are we victims of our own success? We do a really good job. We've been, particularly in the suburban areas, I have a hotel, and I know there's another one in the West End, where if it is that family situation and where we've tried to house refugee claimants, or shelter, I should say, where they'll be not so much in the general population, particularly if they have kids, because they know they're going to be there at least a few months, they're enrolling in school and sort of then be feeling stable for the first time in a very, very long time in their lives. Is that then an impediment to moving out to housing? Because then you pretty much, you have to find the housing near that shelter situation so that the kids can stay in school. Is that part of our challenge? In doing some of that wonderful accommodation, we're now giving ourselves the housing challenge.
So to you, Chair, you know, I'd say we are really proud of the response Toronto and its partners in the community have provided to, you know, tens of thousands of folks that have arrived and chosen Toronto as the community that they first come to and settle in. For families, it's challenging because, you know, families with children, actually hotels is the quickest and most feasible way to shelter them. You'll know as part of our 10-year capital plan, we are adding to our emergency family shelter system so we can support those families in a more efficient and cost-effective way. I think the goal here, though, is to try and support people to get on their feet and be independent as quickly as possible, families or individuals. These are folks that are coming often with very skilled you know, careers and very motivated to get settled, and so it's our goal to try and get them into housing as quickly as possible. The instance that we saw from 2023 onwards is just being overwhelmed, a system overwhelmed, and doing the best that we can to find a roof and put that over the many people's heads that arrived. I think now we're moving to a more cost-effective, efficient system with our community partners so we can do that, get people on their feet as quickly as possible into housing and on their way.
So I can say then that's we're moving in that direction. We may not be there now.
That's right.
But is it also fair to say, because I've felt actual pressure from federal members to say, well, first of all, this report is very helpful because it's been hard to explain to them how they end up in our shelter system in the first place. Oddly enough, they don't seem to know the capacity issues they have in their own reception centers. But this gives me something to show them. This is how they end up staying with us in the first place, and here's what we're doing to try and move them on. But I'm assuming that it's fair to say once you start doing the casework with families like that, you're not going to just rip them out of there and say, sorry, kids, you're going to be 30 kilometers away from here now. Go. This is the only housing situation we have, so you must go. There's still a certain amount of constructive and beneficial placement we're trying to do with these people. So That's part of why it takes some time, is it not?
Through you, Chair, absolutely, yes. To find the best outcome and location for families can take some time. And during that time, they do put roots down, kids go to school, and so those are all things that have to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions from Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you very much. A number of the questions have been asked, but I'll just build on a few of them and maybe underscore some of what has been shared. We know that access to legal representation is a continued problem for refugee claimants, especially in being successful in a claim. And can you share a little bit more about how support for accessing these services will be built into the enhanced case management system?
Thanks for the question to you, Chair. I guess first off, it's connecting people to refugee-specific programs, staff and programs that have the skill, expertise, and connections to refer people to a range of settlement supports, including legal support, which is essential. And so, you know, that is part of the work that we're doing, and partnering with, you know, legal clinics and other folks in the legal system is key to getting your claim heard and supported.
I just want to return to the 6-month number and just to hear a little bit more about how you came to that as a case management goal, and particularly what happens if someone is not in permanent housing by then.
So to you, Chair, the federal government introduced some new expectations with respect to their funding. And in fact, they're looking for a target stay of 90 days. In talking with, you know, our partners and in the community sector, we felt that 90 days within the City of Toronto was not appropriate. It didn't meet the needs of the folks we were working with. So 6 months was determined to be a more effective expectation to share with people as they come into the system. And in fact is aligned to what our goal is for anyone who might be experiencing homelessness in the City of Toronto. Our goal is to end chronic homelessness, and chronic homelessness is anything over a 6-month stay in a shelter or on the street.
And sorry, what if someone's not in housing by then?
Right, so, you know, certainly this is a target, an outcome target for us, and one that we hope to achieve. There will be exceptional circumstances, larger families, single-parent families, for instance, folks that may have been through considerable trauma or have significant health needs. So it'll be on a case-by-case basis. It won't be a situation where we're asking people to leave one day over 6 months. It's really a case management goal to get folks out. And again, you know, I think what we heard from our refugee serving partners was, again, reducing the length of stay in shelters gets people on with the important work of getting settled, getting employment, housing, and so on.
Okay, and I know we have talked a lot about the importance of federal funding for refugee claimants in our shelter program. Can you just describe to us a little bit more about the importance of federal funding and where our own budget would be without it?
So to you, Chair, the city has received some $670 million from the federal government to support our response for refugee claimants, you know, going back to 2017. Without that investment, we would not be able to support and provide the services that we are currently providing. So it's essential that partnership continues, but to give you a sense of the scale at which that investment you know, is $670 million.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Shan, questions of staff?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik asked the question about the 6 months kind of a cutoff type thing. So just wanted to, you know, you mentioned that, you know, you're going to try hard to through you, Madam Speaker, the staff mentioned that they'll try hard to get them to be on their own feet and become independent and so on. So I just wanted to get a sense of how much of it is capacity building for the individuals as opposed to shifting availability and shifting employment opportunity, shifting housing opportunity, because we can do that part, but we need to also make things available and accessible as well. So is that work going to be part of the case management work, like job developers, how we would have, and do we have the capacity? If you're already doing case management and if you're going to see this increased result to keep them into 6 months instead of 18 months, how much FTEs should be doubled for case management to do that, or is it a matter of finding external partners to come on board?
So to you, Chair, I think it's about that external partnership that's so key here and tapping into the expertise that exists in the community to support claimants as they arrive. And, you know, they think that it is about capacity building. It's about, you know, setting expectations and a really in-depth intake as people arrive to determine what their unique needs are. And, you know, 6 months may also include then leaving Toronto and going to another community. There's been great partnerships established just recently with New Brunswick, with Nova Scotia, and so we hope to increase the number of opportunities also outside the City of Toronto that people may be inclined to go to. You know, many communities looking for labor that folks may have a great opportunity to connect with and get settled.
Thank you. So on that point, going back to Councillor Carroll's question, so if we are looking at redistribution, if you may, of where people quote unquote settle, wouldn't it make sense for us to have earlier arrangements so we know ahead of time rather than having somebody you know, get themselves rooted for a few months and do that? So is that part of the conversation too with the other levels of government or with other external stakeholders to do that? The government?
Yeah, so to Chair, I think that this is certainly part of the goal is how can we better connect with people when they arrive. We don't get much of a heads up from the federal government in terms of what the data is showing, what the trends are. We really connect with people as they arrive or call us at central intake in seeking our support. We have, and you know, with thanks to Peel Region and the federal government, referred hundreds of people to singles to the Peel Reception Center, which is really a you know, customized first stop, a dignified stop for people as they arrive that can receive a whole suite of services. And in fact, they're reaching a 90-day length of stay target there in Peel. And so it's a whole range of different things, but again, it really requires you know, all levels of government working to better coordinate arrivals and do so in the most dignified way we can.
Thank you. My last question is related to, I know there was a specific time in the past where there was a peak and a surge that we weren't able to address in terms of number of refugees coming to Toronto. And I heard that you're prepared for it. Do you know from a homelessness or unhoused individuals what proportion of that roughly are made up of refugees or immigrants who haven't been able to find housing?
So at its peak here in Toronto, Chair, 60% of the folks that we saw in the shelter system were refugee claimants, and that was at its height, total number around 6,500. It's come down to about 40% of the total group now, and I think through, again, deepening our efforts with our community partners, introducing some of these operational changes, we hope to continue to see that number go down as fewer people are now entering the country.
So just to be clear, what percentage would be actually currently homeless, not in shelter, that might be you know, due to migration as a refugee? Do you know?
So, Chair, are you asking how many maybe on the street or in other public areas?
Yeah.
I mean, we're
Yeah,
not
other public
seeing,
areas.
we're
Yeah.
not seeing many people who are claimants in the encampments or finding them on transit. So I'm fairly confident to say that the majority of individuals that are currently without housing and are refugee claimants are within the shelter system itself.
Thank you. Just, we went over time there. Thank you.
Okay,
To
thank you.
speak, any speakers? I'll just speak to say thank you. I mean, this is wonderful to have the deputants join us to validate the work that has been done by the Toronto Shelter Services and Support staff to bring this update on the work that's underway. When 2023 happened, it was a devastating event to see all those refugee claimants on the street. And certainly for me, this has been a labor of love since that time, and a privilege to chair the committee where the division reports. We have 24 recommendations that that were part of the work I did with staff that we moved at council. They were adopted upon when we considered the Ombudsman's report, and it's really gratifying to see that the half were completed, another half underway, and then 4 more will be completed upon adoption of this report. This was this year. So that was in March, and that's a gratifying amount of work. I also want to highlight that there had been work that had been done before, leading up to 2019. So it's not like the City of Toronto Public Service hadn't recognized the need that and the good practices that were being generated, particularly in refugee houses, where the outcomes are much better for refugees. And we're picking up on that work, and in partnership and with deeply embedded with many players in a more complex ecosystem now that we have made a commitment to recognize people's inherent rights to a roof and also the complexity of having with respect to refugees. The United Nations High Commission for Refugees in Canada will say this is a nation state responsibility. It can be delegated to a municipality, but that delegation requires the corresponding resources and enabling conditions. So we continue to have challenges with also planning for the surges. It's clear that even for the UNHCR, they don't know when the surge is going to happen. The data is all with the federal government, and everyone might be surprised to know that we do not receive that data in real time to plan. So what you have before you is a really responsible and good plan to make sure that we're advancing the work. The other elements that have to do with the strengthening of the entire shelter system with this framework that makes very clear the principles that are guiding access and the work that's being done to ensure that we're ready for surge moments by having embedded principles that were shared by staff in the report that are really important to make sure that we're respecting human dignity and our responsibilities, that's now public. And that's important because we can all, as counselors, as decision makers across divisions, with our community partners delivering services, the general public, and specifically people who are homeless. It's very clear now how decisions are going to be made. And it's an unstable environment. Since Mayor Chow took office, there's been this specific push to revive this specific refugee serving a shelter system, and at the same time wanting to make sure that we're dealing with some of the underlying causes here. And one of the things that the report really clearly demonstrates here is that the solution ultimately is housing. And when entire families find themselves in the newly renamed Emergency Family Support Program, but a continuing important program that one of the deputants spoke to, when we look at the desire to work with the hospital sector, including Unity Health and Humber River Hospital, and even the innovations around Dunhouse, supportive housing, this is all pointing to the need to have purposeful housing that meets people's needs. I want to just really focus in on the final element here, which is that the street needs assessment is something we have to keep returning to. Income is too low, rent is too high. We need physical and mental health support and investment from the federal and provincial government on housing. And we really need to take stock right now, but what will happen with the implementation of Bill 60, which will make it easier to evict tenants. And so we can expect, and we will understand going forward, that there will be more homelessness in this city. And now we have some additional tools to make sure that we're going to meet the moment with better prepared to make the difficult choices that are coming ahead. Thank you to the staff. Anyone else to speak? That, okay. And so on the item, all those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous with our bare quorum. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Moise, and Councillor Shan for holding it down. And now we go on to the next item, which is EC 25.10 Municipal Code Chapter 608 Parks Update. And we have one speaker. You get a prize if you can guess who that is. Welcome, Nicole Corrado, to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry I keep talking about all these items. I absolutely support the changes to the city parks bylaw that they, bringing washroom equality and having more regulations on dogs. One thing I would add is that I would like to see additionally in the dog bylaw that dangerous dog or nuisance dog be expanded to any dogs.
I'm going to pause your time.
wildlife.
Sorry, that is not before us. This is not governed by this particular bylaw. That's a different bylaw. So if you could.
Under the park bylaw, that's what I meant. I meant the park bylaw. I would like to see that be considered a nuisance if the dog is bothering wildlife, and I don't see that in the changes. I don't know if that's already in the bylaw, but it wasn't made clear if it was or not.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion. With that, questions of staff on this? Do I see any questions of staff from committee members? No. And then on the item itself,
I'm happy to move it.
thank you. Councillor Moise, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we go on to EC 2512, creating more accessible and disability inclusive events. And welcome back to committee, Nicole Corrado.
Hi, as a person with a disability, as a person on the autism spectrum, I think it's wonderful that you're going to work to make the events accessible. One of the things I think that sensory accessibility is one of the, so making things sensory friendly and autism friendly is one of the biggest things that I'm sure that's part of it, but that's definitely very important. The other thing I would say that's important about this is to have a sensory accessibility, but also have neurodivergent people, autistic people, have people with disabilities be the ones designing the accessibility features, because it's only people who actually live with the disabilities who actually know what we need. Because if you have just agencies or people who work with people with disabilities, they're not going to necessarily actually experience it. So you need to have people with, wide range of people, wide range of disabilities and abilities that can be on your committee so that you get a full rounded picture of what's needed. And it's best to put them in beforehand rather than, exclude people and then have to put stuff in later, or not have people attend your event because they can't access it. So it's proactive to be making everything accessible in every way that you can.
Thank you for your deputation. And are there any questions of staff? No. On the item, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're really making progress here. On EC 25.13, expanding the Diversity Youth Fellowship Program, we have one deputant, Nicole Corrado.
Yeah, I'll pretty much say what I said before about the youth, that I think that we have to remember that disability is an equity deserving community, and that people with disabilities and neurodivergent people have to be taken into consideration and remembered, and do need to have real jobs rather than just sheltered workplaces or work programs. There needs to actually be work toward real employment and real education, integrated regular education and integrated regular jobs with the supports that they need to be able to succeed in them.
Thank you for your deputation. I think that's the last item you're deputing on. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Shen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. Just one question. Like, there's existing fellowship programs that have different identities, and this could be a bit of an intersectional. There's always great thing to have a separate program, but also is there a way to make sure that the existing programs are also looking into accommodations and recruitment that brings the intersectional identity together, whether it be, Black, Muslim, Chinese, Tamil, or Filipino Youth Fellowship. There might be ways in which youth with disabilities or different abilities can apply to that.
So through the chair, as part of this review, we will be certainly looking at the intersectional identities of the youth through this program, but also through the existing Diverse Youth Fellowship program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Moise.
When I reviewed this, I'm of two minds looking at this. And of course, I do think we should try to be as open and accessible as we can be. But I'm just wondering, based on Councillor Chan's comments, should we perhaps receive this item, or do you think it is fine the way it is? Is the work being done already? Maybe that's the question I'm trying to ask. Is the work being done already? Is this redundant?
Through the chair, any opportunities to expand youth engagement as part of this program would be of value. Currently, there is no focus around youth experience and disabilities directly through this program. So the direction being provided in this report would allow us to go do that analysis and come back to you.
Okay. Would you take into account abilities that are not visible, or just accessibility? It says your accessibility advisory, right? What about those that are not visible?
Hi, I'm Deirdre Boyle-Panich. I would say that this work is underway, as this item and this motion that came from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee is also very closely and directly aligned with an action in the Disability Inclusion Action Plan that was adopted by Council last summer. And that is to advance workforce equity strategies, to increase employment and internship opportunities for people with disabilities in the Toronto Public Service. So I see this motion coming from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee that will directly work to support that action. So that was already underway in our planning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? No to speak? Councillor Vice Chair Carroll.
Yeah, I just wanted to to say that, you know, we're thankful when the counselor who's a part of an advocacy committee like this brings forward the ideas. It's great. But I hope that we can also set expectations in those advisory committees, because this is kind of a tricky one. When I read it, I thought, wait a second, the AODA requirement is on the facility in which we hold the events. And so we can create a handbook and maybe people are choosing it, but we can't really compel people choosing to hold an event to create the accessibility. It's more of a capital need, and it's a provincial requirement, although one that comes without funding, to develop the actual venues that meet accessibility. We can be inclusive, but in terms of accessibility, we're really relying on them for a lot of these, particularly physical impairments. And so I hope that conversation happens at the advisory committee as well, in terms of the event being inclusive, who does what, so that it's not all landing on us. Because in terms of the event organizers themselves, this sector is so financially pressured right now. We're trying to help them, but it's very hard if you're a not-for-profit in charge of having an event and you form a partnership with the city, and the next thing you know, we're putting on them another barrier to getting it done when they already face so many financial challenges, security and policing challenges, and so on and so forth. That it's a handbook and it's an ideal, but we're not going to get too heavy-handed about our handbook, pardon the pun, is my hope. It's a well-intentioned motion, but I just hope we set expectations for who can impact the accessibility of the event and has the pocketbook to do so. Thank you. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about the accessibility. Oh, sorry. Well,
sorry. Thank you, Councillor, for your...
I hope people think about that anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry about that. I had to step out, and with apologies, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to step out one more time on that
this is our
particular
last
news item.
Yeah. Okay, so any other speakers? No, thank you. And thank you, Deputy City Manager, for cluing me in on that. On the item, in favor, opposed, as carried. Thank you for the councillors who are still here. We managed to keep quorum throughout the day, and thank you very much to all the staff that were here, the members of the public, and certainly the wonderful clerks.